See the other side. That's the best part. You don't even hear it color.
Ralph, I just emailed you another packet, just a second ago. You want to pull that one up instead of this one?
This is
The version.
That's right.
Okay, we're on version 3, Alicia. Is that good? Is there anything that I should be aware of in terms of
There's
corrections or modifications?
one ordinance we still don't have,
Um,
a resolution.
it's an ordinance, but we should just start.
Okay.
Again.
Okay. So yeah, we'll do that one. Yes, we're working on version 3.
Okay, and the next hour is all about the 4 candidates for the position that I vacated. And look forward to talking to you all. Stay calm. This is a friendly inquisition, so to speak. You know, I think, before we even start is, we have an hour, probably give everyone 10 minutes, you know, to share. I would say come up, share who you are, what you think the town needs, where your position is, and then give us some time for some questions. And so that would probably fill the hour. And like I said, this is a friendly inquisition. You know, I just say thank you. You're all great folks. We have such great people in this town, and you're all four terrific people. So, you know, thank you. And I would just say, who wants to raise their hand and start? And Brian?
Yeah.
All right, Brian Cooper.
Get the paint over with.
Yeah.
All right. Everybody. Stand up here.
Yeah, I'd say, you know, wherever you want to stand.
Hold my papers.
You know, the mic's over here, so.
You can push that forward a little bit, sorry.
Should I go?
Can you help them? Right.
That better?
Well, you're maybe a little bit to your right, like 6 inches. Perfect.
Ah, okay. All righty. Oh, all right.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So I'd like to thank the council for considering me as a candidate. And I'd also like to say that all the other candidates are well qualified too. So I think it's great to see community support for this. So I believe my scientific engineering and management skills provide some unique assets to the town council. And a brief synopsis of my qualifications is as follows. I have degrees in physics and electronics engineering and over 50 years experience developing autonomous systems for ocean exploration, to advanced avionics for military fighters and helicopters, and to advanced complex IT systems for nearly all of the civilian federal agencies. There's a couple 3 letters I didn't work with. As a master solution architect and Lockheed fellow at Lockheed Martin, I managed several multi-billion-dollar development programs where I was responsible for all hardware, software, data management, cybersecurity, physical security, and building design. In my spare time, I designed a custom home featuring super insulation and geothermal HVAC. And I performed all the wiring, plumbing, ventilation, drywall, cabinetry, and finishing work myself. So I'm quite familiar with the building codes. Since moving to Hideout in 2019, I have served the community by leading the infrastructure committee to develop master plans for the town's water, sewer, drainage, power, gas, and internet service. As current chair of the Shoreline One HOA's Architectural Review Committee, I ensure proposed modifications meet neighborhood standards. And just for fun, I also serve the town as a part-time snowplow driver to relieve the full-time crews when needed. This last summer, they didn't need me, or this last winter, they didn't need me. While living in my new home, I uncovered several serious systematic electrical and plumbing code violations and worked with the builder GCD to get them resolved for the entire subdivision. And that included proposing some plumbing solutions. We had some serious issues with the hot water heater venting and it was causing the heaters to corrode and rot out in like a year. And the builder didn't really know how to address that, and I proposed a solution which he then implemented, which works. So I have developed good working relationships with most of the town staff, with some of the planning commissioners and many of the current council members, as well as with Glenn Gabler at GCD. My management style is to collaborate with all stakeholders, include diverse points of view, and develop negotiated win-win solutions. As for my motivation, throughout my career, I've thrived when solving complex problems to improve public safety and security. Since retiring, I will bring that same enthusiasm and expertise to enhance our town's economic development, improve public safety, and increase the resilience of our infrastructure. I believe I have unique skills that will complement those of the current council members, and I'm already up to speed on most of the town's challenges and look forward to helping Hideout grow responsibly. And I do have some goals that I would, if you want to hear them.
Sure.
So if appointed to the town council, I would work to promote transparent communications within our community and frequently solicit public input, especially for commercial development projects such as at Ross Creek and Richardson Flat. I proactively work to achieve the general plan's objectives and encourage strategically planned development, as opposed to reacting to multiple uncoordinated developer requests. I really think we need to push our strategic plan and keep to it. I would like to work to reinstate the infrastructure committee, and I offer to chair it again, to assist in setting priorities to incrementally implement our infrastructure master plans with an emphasis on resilience and community safety. And this is something I've done with large building projects that I've done before, so I'm quite familiar with that. I'd also like to establish an efficient process where the Economic Development Committee and the Infrastructure Committees host collaborative working sessions with the developers to work out problems before bringing those plans to the Planning Commission. I think that would be a much more efficient process. It wouldn't have to be open meetings. We could, iterate on these much faster than what we're doing today. I would work with developers to avoid urban sprawl and traffic congestion and enhance public safety by enforcing our town building codes and dramatically reduce the number of exceptions we grant to builders. We've recently updated our code, and I think we should stick to it. And I think exceptions should really be the exception to the rule rather than what we do all the time. And as part of that enforcement, I'd like to lobby for a staff position to act as our independent inspection authority to enforce the codes. Because that's not the town engineer's job, that's an inspector's job. And it's clear the town has missed some code violations in my own experience, right? And lastly, I would encourage developers to implement firewise measures and new construction and collaborate with our HOAs to mitigate existing wildfire risks. And again, I think, I realize that builders need to make money and the town needs to grow and we need commercial development, but I think we need to do that in a responsible fashion. And I think we can negotiate those kinds of things with the developers with a more collaborative relationship. Any questions?
What was the electrical issue that you touched upon but didn't elaborate on?
Oh, as far as electrical engineering?
Yeah, I know on with respect to code violations. I'm
Oh.
curious about that.
When I replaced one of the Vandy lights
Mhm.
in one of our bathrooms, I found there was no electrical box behind it.
Okay.
And then all the other vanities, and then one of my neighbors had replaced all of his. He said, "No, I don't have any of mine either." I go, that's a pretty clear violation, right?
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and a couple of years ago, when we had all the snow, a lot of our heaters and fireplaces quit working because snow was covering the vents because the vent pipes weren't high enough. And I looked at the code and said, well, it's supposed to be a foot above, the typical maximums. So we had them extend the pipes by 2 feet to eliminate that problem.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I don't have any questions. I thought-
You're too valuable doing what you're doing. Who's gonna replace you?
Oh, and by the way, on Shoreline Drive, where we used to have a sidewalk. When Shoreline One, HOA was due to take over the HOA from GCD, I stood up and said, no, not the slopes, because the HOA is responsible for those, because the rocks were falling and sliding across that smooth asphalt right into the road, and I had pictures of, huge chunks. And through the infrastructure committee, I've worked to get that ripped out, and it doesn't look great, but the drainage is there and it catches all rock. It's all the safety problem.
Yeah, it doesn't look great and there's no sidewalk and then that's a through road, so.
Yeah.
It's a safety hazard for, people walking out there,
Right.
but you had to find a compromise.
Right.
Given the constraints.
And we looked at many other methods like retaining walls and fences and stuff like that, and most of them were too expensive, quite frankly, to implement. And some of them were really ugly, and so we decided this was the solution. And I negotiated with Glenn to get him to do it right away, rather than having to go through a contracting process and then deduct money from his leasing bond and all that crap, right? So it was at least semi-successful.
Well, I think thank you, Brian.
You're welcome.
Great, thank you. Any volunteers for who's up next? Alicia?
Well, thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. And my name is Alicia Scousing. I am the wife of Bill Wolf. I've been a resident here in Hideout since 2011, so 14 years. And I've the experience I bring and benefit the council is I'm a CPA. I've been a CPA for almost 20 years. I'm licensed in California. I have been within those 20 years, it includes being in public accounting for 9 years, which includes local, regional, and Big Four experience. And in the capacity as a CPA, I have helped with policies and procedures to help streamline activities. And so I moved up here in 2011, and that's when I became self-employed, and I did consulting services for helping companies with their third-party financial reporting responsibilities and compliance. I'm still an active CPA. So if I were to serve, of course, on the council, I would not be signing anything or representing myself as a CPA of Utah, but I do bring that experience to the table here. And so why do I want to serve? I feel like I can help, first of all, with my background as a CPA. I can help with the fiduciary responsibilities and at the council. I can help streamline some of the reporting. And so I have the 9 years experience of public accounting and holding myself responsible to the public. And today I am a business owner. I have a small business. I am a social marketer, online social marketer, where I teach people self-reliance and environmental responsibility. I also provide representation for the mountainside of Hideout, which is the east side of 248. Bill and I, we're here to stay. We're not going anywhere. We have a homestead. And in that we are, and in my social marketing and content provider, I teach people how to be self-reliant while also being environmentally responsible. And so we provide a unique perspective to the town, being the original owners of a property, a home, a residence here in the town. And let me see. And it's also being a prepper, being a part of community is very important. And so it's like, if anything, when things go to heck, we're here to provide resources to the town. And I personally, I'm a team. Being a team member is very important to me. And it's what's in the best interest for the town. That also is my CPA hat, where what's in the public interest. And do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do.
Yes.
So thank you so much for being interested in this. In fact, everyone, I'm frankly delighted that all of you are here and interested in occupying this vacancy, and your interest goes beyond that in that you've all filed to run for the general election. So completely delighted. We have so many great people wanting to serve on the council, because it is a much needed role. I just had a question. You mentioned environmental responsibility. I mean, does that cover, I mean, what would that cover, and how would you apply that here in the town? I mean, we think of the environment, we think of, you know, the view, the wildlife, the open space, we think of clean air, clean water. I mean, how, do you have any thoughts on
Yes.
how you could help us?
Yes. In fact, it's on our homestead, our most vital and precious resource is water. And we are on a well. And so I recycle or repurpose water. In my garden beds, I have raised garden beds where I have a wicking system, where all the water is, I water the plants from a base up. And in situations where I have runoff, I capture that water and repurpose it. So that is one aspect. And another area is, you know, we have livestock, we have lambs and chickens. We repurpose that into fertilizer for the plants. Electricity. We have solar cells and batteries that we use to generate passive green energy. We can all do something, and I want to encourage everyone. I start people off with, I want to do something, but I don't know how to grow in the mountains. So I teach people how to start a wicking tub out of just a tub that you get from Home Depot. And you create a wicking system and a wicking system is, you have a tube, so it's a plumbing drain system, and that keeps air in, and it's all self-contained. So, and then you put fertilizer, you put the soil and then the plants, and then you just water, and there's a hole that comes out, always giving a 1 inch gap. And that provides, that way you can grow your own tomatoes, and we have crazy weather here. And so I have a greenhouse but anyway, that is, we can all do a part to, it's controlling your waste, you know, where your water's going.
I can see how your answer really helps us. I mean,
Okay.
we're always thinking about water conservation, we're thinking about, you know, energy conservation. We're all wonderful things where you could definitely help others learn. So thank you.
Yeah, I'd say thanks, Alicia.
Okay.
And that was a great learning experience, and there's so much you have to offer, so thanks again.
Whether it's-
And I would love to know one question, but I don't want you to answer it now, because we have to give some
Yes.
reasonable time to the other two gentlemen.
Okay,
And that is, all five of us live on this side of 248.
yes.
You just brought up, you know, you would bring a different perspective from the other side, so to
Mhm.
speak. So outside of this, I would love to have a conversation with you on what your perspective is on the other side. And I know you have a great view, you have one of the greatest views around, so that's another, but really, what is the perspective from the other side? But thank you, Alicia.
Yes, absolutely.
Any volunteers for next? Really, to which one of you?
These are all hard acts to follow.
Let me change that. Hi, my name's Doug Silver. I live over in Shoreline 2. I bring relevant experience, I guess, I moved here from Connecticut in 2021. Excuse me, for 5 years, I was on this town Board of Education as vice chair in charge of budget. And in that role, I presented to a town, because it was a tri-committee town, so you had a Board of Finance, Board of Selectmen, Board of Education. Our budget was about 95 million. The other parts of the town were considerably less. My job was, as the vice chair, was to present the budget each year to the town. In that role, I had to explain and qualify why we were requesting this much money from taxpayers who vote directly on the school budget. So it was a risky endeavor to stand up in front of the entire town and do this, especially considering the cost in Connecticut for education. So every year the budget passed, and I was proud of that. It was not easy, let me be honest. I think the thing I bring most to this role would be experience on a public board, understanding the role of a public board, understanding the ethical responsibilities of being on a public board, procedural responsibilities, and municipal finance. So with my background as doing, townwide budgeting, not just for schools, but coordinating with the Board of Selectmen for town budgets, I have a lot of experience with that. Prior to that experience, I did consulting for school systems across the country to become more effective and efficient. I've written national studies on that work. I know they're published and accessible online. I was a school teacher for 10 years, school administrator. So I'm used to being yelled at, pillaged in the community, but I found the work rewarding, to be honest with you. I found my time on the Board of Education to be great years, and the only reason I left was to move here. And so Judy, my wife, and I moved here in 2021, slightly delayed into 22. So fairly recent, certainly compared to you and others, but I feel like this is where we want to live, and this is a way to give back to the community. This is my public service. Should I join the council? This is what I do to give back. And that was the same mental model I have at the Board of Education. So when I ran for this, which I do think is important to face the voters, you mentioned all of us will be on the ballot in November. I think that's important. I do think it's valuable that you've stood up in front of the community and put your name out there. So,
You'll be on the ballot for August 12th, right, Alicia?
Mhm.
There is a primary,
Mhm.
yes,
so you all have to get started.
yes.
Twice.
Twice, yes. And I think that's another factor in this too. It's like, understanding that, while this might be an interim appointment, it's not an election. And there's a contrast. And I think that's important to recognize for everybody. So with that humility and that concern, I would sit on the council in that position as a temporary hold until there was a formal election. Let's be honest, that's more important than this. No offense. That's, you have to do that. So, yeah.
So
Questions?
this is not
Yeah.
really a question, it's
Yeah.
just a comment. One of the things that bothers me most about Hideout in the schools is that the children that live here, most of them, are in the Deer Valley, the Deer Mountain affordable community, get bused all the way down to Heber, even the little ones. That's a problem that we wanted to try to solve. We still don't have a solution for it. We have a school site penciled in, as part of an agreement with the Richardson Flat annexation area, but I don't know if that solves our problem or not, but we have that problem I just wanna just make a comment, we have that problem in having someone with experience with the Board of Education who can possibly help us at least figure out a strategy and how to at least keep the little ones closer to home would be very valuable.
Yeah,
That's all. It's not a question.
no,
Plus, we have another issue, it's in Summit County.
It's in Summit County, so it's not gonna
Summit
solve
County, yeah, it would
the
be a
problem
process, so,
for
yeah, we have an issue there.
vast majority of the children. that are-
Yeah, and then, but if there's one little fact that Doug and I have in common, do you remember our conversation, Doug?
I do. It wasn't Amazon.
No, it wasn't Amazon, but it was, we worked in the same building,
Yes.
a 50-story building in New York, not at the same time, but we both worked in one New York Plaza, so that's an unusual, you know.
Yeah.
For both of us to have worked in that same building.
No, and part of that role, as project manager for technology group, for a international company. You know, one of the things that I think we can all do better on, and certainly the fire, wise initiative is certainly important, is I think we can all think better about our objectives and our goals before we start projects. Like if we're gonna talk about evacuation times with a fire, those should be defined ahead of time before we start talking about addressing things like egresses and things like that. We should understand from a backwards design model, how do we evaluate whether something is successful? And I think sometimes one thing Board of Educations are known for is just, well, we've done this last year to roll over the budget and add 5%. And that's, and I'm not talking about zero-based budgeting as an answer, but I am talking about a backwards design model towards initiatives. And I think that's something that we can all help with when we communicate to the community, right? Because when we set out our goals and objectives and we do that publicly, and then we ask for the town to reflect on those, then it becomes the council's and the town employees' job to start targeting those specifically, rather than shotgunning approaching everything and collecting, everything as equal marbles. They're not. There were certain targets we were trying to hit. That's the scope of the project. And then if we want to add, that's a separate project and we redefine scope. And I think that's one thing we can do to help our meetings be more efficient and also our work be more productive. So that's other comments or questions.
Thanks, Doug.
You got it. All right.
Well, I don't know how you follow those three, so.
I have to admit, very impressive and then very, very, impressive roster of people. So, yeah, I'm guess I'm bad and clean up here. Good evening, I'm JD Cronin. I'm privileged to be running for a seat in the Hideout Town Council. Lived in Hideout now for 4 years. And like many of you, I'm passionate about preserving and promoting the best parts of our town while planning responsibly for its future. A little bit about me. I grew up mostly in Lexington, Kentucky, and worked and lived in the Chicagoland area until we moved out here 4 years ago. I attended the University of Michigan where I studied economics and graduated magna cum laude. I then matriculated to the University of Chicago Booth School of Business where I obtained my MBA with a specialization in finance and a concentration in econometrics. Professionally, I bring over 3 decades of experience in finance, risk management, and strategic leadership. My job for the last 25 years was to look around corners, monitor potential risk, anticipate change, and plan accordingly. One of the more formative chapters of my career was at Bank One in Chicago, where I led the equity-linked securities and credit derivatives groups. I had the privilege of working under the very best person in modern finance today, Jamie Dimon, CEO of JP Morgan Chase. I managed a team of 35 professionals, helped drive a return of 22% return on equity through a strategic trading and client-driven business. I managed a $100 million budget and had discretion over $1.2 billion worth of balance sheet. We delivered responsible, profitable results for our shareholders. That experience taught me how to lead under pressure, make data-driven decisions, and build high-performing teams, skills that are just as relevant in public service as they are in finance. I've also had governmental agency experience with my time at the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago, where I worked on regulatory strategy and risk oversight for major financial market utilities. Board of Governors in Washington, D.C. is an agency of the federal government and reports to and is directly accountable to Congress. The Federal Reserve Banks are answerable to the Board of Governors. So I think it's fair to say I've had plenty of experience with and been participant in politics practice at a very high level. Compromise at times what felt like a better adversarial conversations and a deeply held perspective on each player's position yielded insights that led to a safer and healthier financial system in the United States, which has a richly deserved premium for its rule of law and enforcement abilities of its regulatory authorities. This matters. Rules of the road matter. And I believe serve as the framework upon which effective governance must be based. Locally, I've served on the Town of Hideout's Economic Development Committee since 2021. In this role, I reviewed planning proposals, provided financial and operational due diligence to ensure that new developments align with our town's values and long-term vision. I'm running for town council because I believe Hideout is at a pivotal moment. What we're attempting to do is create a town de novo, which is fraught with a lot of risk, but also a lot of opportunity. I believe in complete transparency in almost all matters that involve the town, with the possible exception of personnel matters where some discretion and process may be required. I believe that citizens are responsible and that even when confronted with difficult situations, have the opportunity to shape our growth in a way that enhances our quality of life, protects our natural surroundings, and strengthens our community. I bring a unique blend of global financial expertise and local commitment, and I'm ready to put that experience to work for the town. Thank you.
You guys are making this easy.
To say the least.
Not for me. Can we pour them all into one big bucket and choose that? And all have such diverse skills.
Just add 4 more members to the council.
We actually.
Is that what the Supreme Court's been lobbying?
Yeah. Is there anything that stops us from doing it?
State code. Yeah.
Just that.
Rules based.
Just don't look at all.
Jamie's, presentation, regulation, rules based, and believe you're working within the rules and complete transparency, and only certain things are kept secret for specific reasons, so we definitely want to follow the rules of the state.
What I'd like to say is we can only choose one out of the 4 of you, and 2 of you I know are involved on committees for the town, but the other 2 of you I'd like to see get involved as well and be committee members and bring your expertise to our community. So.
Thanks, Carol.
Right.
Anyone else, Chris?
Oh, I just want to say, I'm delighted to hear all of your backgrounds. Now, as Bob said, it's really difficult. Everybody brings something special to the table. It is, and you're all very impressive individuals. And for every one of you, as you were talking, I could see the light bulb was going off on how you could add value to the town.
Right.
And so I just want to say, we are tasked with choosing one, and we may not agree on the one, and we will have a vote, and we'll duke it out. But I just want you to know that this is not a difficult, this is a difficult decision, not an easy decision for us, and it means nothing in the long run. I mean, we will select one of you tonight, I hope. But I just want to encourage you all to keep going, run your campaigns, and, try your best in the general election. If you aren't the one selected tonight, and please, keep this energy up, and we welcome you to come and help for the town. We're a very small town. We only have a few people that are doing a lot of juggling, and we really need help and want and welcome that.
Yeah. Please stay involved. You're involved now. Continue your involvement.
And to that point, I'd probably add, we have half a dozen committees. We've got some new committees. We're thinking about other things, so
Sounds like we
the
did great.
opportunity here would be to, if you're really interested, stay, get involved. You really are involved anyway, but I would pick a committee as well. I really would, and say, this is, let me dig into something, because all of those are really important aspects of how we manage the town and get our future think together about what we want to do and how we want to do it. I know you're all familiar with that, but I'd encourage that. You have to do anything, pick up a committee.
I can think of two new committees out of these interviews that we don't have. One is the conservation
Right.
committee. We don't have anything like that. And then I can think of, a committee related to solving the school problem. And then I can actually think of additional membership on the wildfire committee, which is not just trying to, which is extending the reduction of risk to an actual escape plan and having, that those scenarios run, and I know we've got, already have a plan where we can get the emergency manager of Wasatch County to take over, but, God forbid, the wildfire happens here. We want the residents to be ready, so.
Ancient in the lake.
And there,
Jump in the lake.
there is a lot you could do for fire-wise, right, gardening and conservation. I just attended a meeting last Tuesday. Went for an hour and a half at the Park City Library. It was incredible on the things we can do in our own yards just to mitigate wildfire.
Yep.
So that could be another whole community.
Exactly, I can tell you that, man, those of us who are on committees, Bob, or everyone except Bob, we are working, well, Bob's gonna be on a committee soon.
We're gonna make sure that.
We'll be our enforcer.
He's gonna be our enforcer, yeah, the
He'll be the,
he's our Terminator here.
he'll be the,
Thor's gonna be the de facto sheriff.
I don't know.
Okay, there you go. you could be on the safety.
Bob, you should volunteer to
So-
fly the fire tankers, the air tankers, right?
Oh, that was so much fun. I would
There you
love to
go.
do that. Every time I see those guys.
So anyway, my point is there's more work to be done than the limited people we've currently got engaged, and we just need help, so that's the other way to feel.
And to the wildfire piece, we're having a symposium on July 15th at the Black Rock Mountain Resort, including just a cadre of real experts, both politically and otherwise. So you better all be there.
And we don't know about it, because that is the first I'm hearing about today.
It was actually in the newsletter. So it was in our recent newsletter. We'll publish another full agenda on this, but yeah, if you look at the last June, in the June newsletter, you see a blurb on this. July 15th, Black Rock Mountain Resort. So, okay, Polly, guide us
What we
onto
do.
how we do this exactly
Okay.
again, because I know I've been through it and other folks have been, but give us some
Okay,
updated
so-
guidance on your part.
State law has thought of almost everything, we'll see. But, so what you will do, if you don't have any further questions, is, each of you will vote. And then based on that vote, we'll determine kind of next steps. If there's a tie, so it's kind of complicated, but if there's, a tie, well, and you can also have discussion amongst, the council, which you just had, of course, in public. You'll do an initial vote. And then we'll determine who, see, if no candidate, will determine if anyone receives a majority vote. And if someone receives a majority vote, which would be, and actually, I think, Mayor, you get to vote because, well, you get to vote in any case because of a tie. But also there's where you have where it's your seat being replaced, that person gets to vote and participate. Now, you haven't left because you're still part of the council as mayor, but so you would also get to vote.
Only in the case of a tie.
No, I think you get to vote, either way.
Are you sure?
I'm looking right now, but it was a weird provision because this came up the last time.
Well, I know we had Phil on the call when we filled the mayor. vacancy.
Right, that, under that same, under that same provision. So, but just before we get to the vote part, because in a sense, I don't know that your vote is gonna have the most impact if it is a tie, right? So, there will be 5 of you. But what the first round of voting you'll vote, if somebody receives a majority, 3 of you, then that person becomes the appointee. If on that first round you don't have a majority, then we, figure out who the 2 candidates that receive the most votes are. And then you do a second vote on that. If you have a tie, then we flip a coin.
Oh.
So if the initial vote,
That's a rigorous process in Utah.
yeah, let me read this.
There's 2
just,
finance people here, so we can figure it out.
You want me to read it? It's kind of, it has like a progression, or do you wanna see what
Let's see
happens?
what
on-
happens,
see
and
what
then you can
happens.
take us to the
They
next,
won't
we don't need to.
Yeah, let's not go crazy.
I would think.
And, okay, here it is. I'd suggest that maybe the mayor have the last vote, and let me check if it's, a tie or not a tie issue. But I think you get to vote no matter what. I just wanna find this actual section. So if you wanna give me
Well,
2 seconds.
No,
to-
go for it, Paul.
You wanna do it the right way.
Yeah.
And if we could eliminate towing costs, that would be really good.
Review, you may vote on for vacancy of a member of municipal legislative body, which your seat was. The body member whose resignation created the vacancy may interview the individual and vote on the appointment of the individual to fill the vacancy. So you are able to vote as well.
Thanks.
Did you have any further things you wanted to do, since this is?
No, I think we did I mean, you guys everyone did a fabulous job. I mean, take my seat if you want. Seriously, I mean that from my heart. We're very blessed in this town with just phenomenal people who have, I think the intellectual quotient of this town is just unbelievable. I mean, I don't know how many degrees are out in, with you 4 alone, so, we're really lucky. And I would say the core competence of our town compared to other towns is exactly, this group of people in here, so, kudos to everybody. This is gonna be a tough one. Anyway, any other comments before we cast the vote, I guess? Jonathan, Bob,
Nothing for me.
Carol, Chris?
Ready to vote.
Okay. We'll start from ladies first. Chris?
Well, it was a difficult decision, as I mentioned. I'm very impressed with all of you. Because of the things I believe the council will face head on in the next 6 months. I'm going, rather than more strategic items, I'm going to vote for Brian Cooper.
It is a very difficult decision, and I just, please stay involved, that's all I can say. But I also will vote for Brian because of his background and his involvement in our town to date.
Carol, thanks.
Bob, is it me? Yeah, you guys all bring a wealth of information right here. Sorry, a wealth of an abundance of ability. I'm thinking because of what the town's gonna be facing, maybe lean a little bit in the way of high level politics. I'm gonna cast my vote for JD. But you guys need to run for the November because there's gonna be another seat open, right?
There will be
Potentially one
2
more.
seats, yeah, there will be
Right.
2 seats.
Don't go anywhere. So.
Well, since I can't pour all of you into one bucket, I have to choose one. I don't really like that, but I would love to have a conversation with each one of you individually about the things you have to contribute, because each one of you's got very diverse, very valuable expertise. And I'd love to hear your thoughts, and have you, and help you find a slot. But I have to choose. And that's gonna be, JD Cronin.
Are we at a tie?
We're at a tie.
We are at a tie.
Who's got a coin?
He votes.
Well, we got one more vote.
Well, there's a title.
Wow.
Well, if I was in Las Vegas, I'd use that, I suppose, but, yeah, this is a real tough one. Listen, I'm leaning into JD because two of us have spent so much time on the Economic Development Committee over the past few years. I think that's a necessary ingredient that we have to lean into for the next, 3 years at least, until we get something established along those lines. I think we've talked about that. But, you know, Brian, you bring tremendous experience. Alicia, I don't know you that well, but I certainly would like to get to know you better. And Doug, given our common weird background, being in the same building and all the education and public experience, I would say if, you know, you're all running anyway in the next, as I am. So, and Chris, so you've got, you know, we're all in the same boat. And I couldn't be happier to have you, and hopefully I can make you all further friends of myself. So, thanks.
Can we clap? Congratulations.
We have to
JD?
swear the person in, and we're
Okay.
running out of time because we have another meeting to start.
Right.
We have 7 minutes.
Appreciate that, thank you.
So Alicia, this is your responsibility.
It is, let's go ahead and pass the resolution first, if you don't mind, there's a resolution. And then I can swear him
Okay,
in, right? Yes, yeah, okay.
so we're voting on, Polly, I just want to double check, we're voting on this resolution?
Yes, and Alicia will, I guess,
Can you pop
fill
that
in
up?
the
Oh, that's me.
appropriate name.
Click on that, and there you go.
So,
We don't have to read this entirely, do we?
you
Okay.
can just,
So this is a resolution to appoint the new council member to fill my old spot. And the council member elect is JD Cronin, who was elected by a 3-2 vote on the council. Motion?
I'll move so that we adopt it.
I'll second that.
Okay, Chris,
Yes.
Carol,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Eric.
Great.
Can JD take a seat up here at this point?
You have to swear him in, right?
Oh, you have to swear him in, right? Thanks.
We need a break for the 6:30 meetings.
Okay.
Sitting here for 2 hours.
Okay, we have 8 minutes, so it just takes me a few seconds to do
Why
this.
don't we complete this and we'll take a
So,
10-minute break?
come up and get sworn in, is that what we're doing? Yeah, all right.
Yeah, leave it straight. All right.
All right.
If you'll raise your right hand, repeat after me. I state your name.
I, JD Cronin, Jr.
Do solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United
the
States
Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
and will discharge the
Discharge the
duties
duties
and
of my office.
discharge the duties of my office with
Fidelity.
fidelity.
Perfect. Okay, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, can we take a break for 10 minutes?
Congratulations, man.
Thank
All right. Welcome aboard.
Really great.
Hey, Brian.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate it.
And I'd still
like
the infrastructure committee.
I think that's a great idea. There's not one person who didn't come up with a great idea.
How do we stand by that?
On the infrastructure? We just, we make a committee.
Good to meet you, Bob. All right.
You know, for the record.
All right.
Hey, how you doing?
Congratulations, man.
Hey, so, all right, so you guys had, I call it the hill, you guys had that big house on the other side of the river.
Well,
Just on, you're on a committee.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, and Alicia,
Yeah.
you would,
I'll be-
so I had talked to your husband more than,
No, that's
you,
fine.
than June, that was proper. So,
It's fine.
how do you stay involved? You know, between now and then, between now and election. However long you want, you know, like there's, you got some committees.
Well,
You brought the, you know, it's like, we're gonna have to do water conservancy, in this town, so you
Right.
brought up some great ideas.
Yeah, I was Shanghai,
and
because.
it's
If you can
been,
leave that,
yeah, and another thing is
it'd be good
that
for you anyway,
the re-
for,
I'm happy to be part of a committee, whatever, to, you know, however I can serve.
why don't you set, you know, if you want, you're happy to walk you through the committee structure as well.
Okay,
And, maybe we can set something up, you know, cause we, you know, water is a critical issue for the village, you know,
yeah.
and,
I've been
I saw the budget, I saw what you guys,
and then we're, you know, so we're gonna have to enact some kind of, you know, understanding about what we do for conservation.
Oh, so
Right.
not in this
So,
area.
anyway, food for thought.
yeah, absolutely,
Yeah, no, in this area, though, they're
I'm
only.
happy to serve and
So you can put up some
contribute.
Yeah,
shade hotels and some crappy
Absolutely.
restaurants.
yeah, and here he incorporated, so he can get away with a lot of code. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a zone regulator.
Right.
So, all right, so you know the
what
whole
happened to me
story.
is, I got notified, like, hey, the town, you're not in this town, and I went to the county. I said, what's this about? No, you're still. About it, no, I didn't know anything about it.
And I haven't forgotten. all
Yeah,
that.
so, he looked up my name, and said, put a check mark, been notified. This was after the fact. That's why I say I was Shanghai, because, you know, and I just wasn't gonna meet all the others. So, anyway, it is what it is.
Are you guys gonna develop your land or parcel it out? Or is that?
No, we have 5 acres. It's just our. It's always been. Which doesn't really fit into, you know. It's like even like when they can buy the Carol.
Yeah.
Form is, hey, what developer are you? You know, it's not like, we're the only house that's not in development. And but right above us is wild.
Oh,
That's the one
that's what I
that
was
they're
curious.
developing.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to get your take on the restaurant idea of development.
Hang on, figure that out.
Well, initially, I
I knew that.
and I had construction.
Right, I know.
Between anyway, so then you get to the other side, because it was like, it was not only 50 feet tall, but it was also right by my bedroom window. Smoke and noise and odors.
Right.
So where it is now, okay, I told,
Tony?
Nice, nice meeting you. Nice meeting you. Yeah.
no,
Gary Krylan?
We had a great discussion.
Gary is,
You know,
guy. Timothy Shaw.
So,
And so I'm not opposing it. Frankly, I don't think it's a great idea, but I'm not gonna stop him.
Right.
Just because I don't think it's, but before it was terrible. Now, my biggest concern, I used to all the restaurants. And, it's very hard. You never invest in restaurants. You know, it's like. Yeah. But, the restaurant.
they drive open our towns for fire.
No one's on.
Yeah, exactly.
So everybody's gonna have another story.
Well, I think that's a good zoning issue.
And the maybe a balance.
Zone commercial, so sometimes they're overnight.
Well, I meant half commercial, there's a retirement center.
It's just.
Right?
And so, I mean, I hope it's a successful commercial, you know.
I missed talking to
Yeah. He's gonna live to.
Right.
We want to have a really easy deal. And I feel I need to. Oh, yeah. But I started, I'm like, you know,
I just abide by my height restriction, and keep the smell.
yeah, if I'm closing out, it's just because a personal. And I'm not gonna, I mean, he has a right, it's his land, it's his right. Yeah, yeah. So.
Yeah, I still want to hear you, because you're right there.
Yeah, and, it's not gonna work.
You're in a fire station, I assume you're okay with, I've seen you guys both here.
Fire station. Talking about the one down below.
Well, the permanent one, that's gonna be.
Down below.
Well, yeah, yeah, your side, just to this side of Cleve.
Between us and, Deer Mountain.
Right. I actually think it's,
That's the land.
have a look at it, I thought it was just right there, just to the north of Clay, I think. Cause I'm having trouble right now putting this spatial thing together, to be honest.
Now, you may wanna take a break.
Oh, that's all right.
Oh, I was here, by the way.
This is one stuff too.
Oh, that's right. You sound like- I went in right, yeah. I was thinking, who's that guy?
Sorry about that, only a minute.
Hey, good to meet you, Bob.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thanks for stepping up to the plate. Really stuff opening up, coming and going, so.
I think that's.
Yeah, there's a totally self-sufficient up there. It's impressive. We're kind of, being within the Martino MDA, we kind of got our hands dirty.
I don't think it's gonna affect you.
I got some good things I would like to do.
Well.
Because there's already a piece of it, and we're just trying to get done for widening, you know, the access. That's the last one. I have You're gonna have the lowest responsibility. So my first group was a flight. No, this is, that's the book that inspired it.
So we have with a risk of early freezes and late and reacting, so yeah, I was thinking, boy, I wonder if you could, what if the soil would support it? I don't think we have enough growing system for cabinet.
All right, okay, I'd just like to ask.
Maybe like a north. You have forever soil, cabinet.
Well, he's gonna have a house up there, okay, but I understand.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah, it's gonna duck her down.
I got one for the.
That was
Yeah,
you.
so I bring.
So,
The mayor's.
You have to really play for them well.
Oh, my goodness.
Usually like splits.
I heard that people down your share, so you're gonna have your shares there. Very happy.
Oh, good.
But that's the field. Anyway, that's the field that we got from the thing.
Nice.
Yeah, so, but I'm gonna be experimenting. Michelle. It's all about.
Yeah.
This is doing utility. There was some-
Yeah, they are down, It's good. High. Invasive.
I've researched that. Police can figure out. Fix the time.
Other
Fix the
engineers,
time
including
for
ourselves.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, we're pretty late.
Yeah, we should. That's about the plexiglass for sound barrier.
Okay.
How do you do that? The.
No, I tell you what, we're looking for.
Iceland, for lots of reasons.
Yeah, Bill, I haven't thought of
Big grill. Basically, good climb. And they have unlimited geothermal electricity. The only thing they can function on Iceland is, and actually, I used to say cars, I just got EVs, and it's close enough. But their fruits and vegetables in Iceland.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I gotta get back to work. Well, good meeting you guys. All right.
Big man.
I don't have a gavel.
Hey, get to work, no slacking.
Yeah.
Out of your town council. Oh, the big slack is gonna be this.
Move out of my way.
I think.
Yeah, we have next three.
Okay, we got a new council member up here, congratulations.
Thank you.
Come on up, let's go.
I didn't know.
Let me find that
But it's,
3.5.
Plus, you know where it's going.
Okay, so do we need to say anything, Polly, we're back in session? We're back in session live. And
Cool.
the next, let's see, where are we? We're at the budget. We have to talk about.
And just remember that your screen is not sharing right now.
It's not, okay. Well, you took over my screen, that's probably.
I stopped sharing this.
Okay.
We put in the middle system.
Okay, we're back up with the screen as well, Alicia. Yeah. Is Katie on?
Yes, I am.
Hey, Katie.
Hello.
Yeah, hi, we're about to talk about the budget and you're always eloquent and knowledgeable about this area, so would you like to review any of the most important points of the budget? Any updates since our last discussion?
Yeah, if you want to bring up the presentation briefly, I'll just talk through it very high level. Our FY25 has changed a little bit. We had fewer building permits than we anticipated in the spring, May, and we lowered our expectation for May and June. So our revenues went down, but our expenses went down as well. So that's the primary change to the FY25. We also had a little bit of lower cost in the engineering area because we reviewed our escrow dollars and we were able to take the appropriate engineering charges against those escrow dollars. So at this point in time, that was the only change really to FY25. We're really much right on target other than those building permits. Because we lowered our expectation on building permits, we had about 123 in the forecast and we lowered it to about 105. So because we lowered our expectations for FY25, we lowered our expectations a little bit for FY26 as well, but not significantly. So it's pretty close to what we had previously. Previously, we were looking at needing MIDA funds for about 425,000. You can see at this point in time, we'll only need MIDA funds for about 417,000. So the numbers are holding fairly steady to what we discussed that last month. So you can see our property taxes are expected to be higher. We've got some good miscellaneous revenue coming in from matching grants. But because we have matching grants, we have the revenue of 50,000 and we get $50,000 of expenses to cover those revenues, and the town has to put up another 50,000. So that was predominantly the same as last time as well. And all the expenses are coming in as expected from prior, with no major changes. We do have some potential opportunities going into next year if we get some additional subdivisions. We have a lot in the pipeline at this point in time, so we do look very promising on some good growth and development next year. You know, if we can do a lot to lower some of our legal costs, which are still very high, that would also give us some good significant opportunity next year. I know we talked about last month about, compliance. So we are doing a lot more with trying to do some fines to people that are not adhering to the Hideout policies, and that goes with the developers as well. And we're going to start doing some fines associated with that in FY26. So we could have some additional great opportunity associated with that, but more importantly, we'll have more compliance and hopefully people won't have as many issues with some of the construction that we have. Obviously, anytime we have good opportunities, we could have some risks associated with that. So we've got the additional street repairs and maintenance. You know, we never know exactly what we're going to have to do with our streets. We've got 150,000 in there for street repairs, but it's potential we could have more because asphalting alone is about 85 to 90,000. And if we have to do crack sealing or slurry sealing, then our 150,000 will be eaten up very quickly. We're doing some sewer work, looking at the cameras in our sewers. We've got some dollars in there for any potential repairs next year, but if there's any significant repairs, then we'd have to talk through those and figure out what we need to do, and that could be a risk. So obviously, we're looking at some the dollars that we have to take from our MIDA fund, but that MIDA fund is really funded by all of our property taxes in the MIDA district. So the good news there is, it is for municipal services that should be starting to use in the general fund, and we have not used them in the past. And for the development, because we have a lot of expenses built into our budget for next year for advisory and communications and some development, we can take funds from our MIDA development fund to cover those. So you'll see that we've got really good news in the general fund coming in from MIDA, but you'll also see the MIDA fund is going to be funding those expenses. So net overall to the town of Hideout, it's a net wash. So very similar to what we talked about previously, there aren't any major changes other than the ones I explained for FY25.
Okay, you have that question.
Yes.
So you mentioned, unfavorability due to increases in COLA inflation, committee pay, it says now, training, et cetera. Did any of those change since last month? In fact, like
No.
the COLA is the committee pay is the same as discussed last time?
Yeah, we had the 4% in, the 3% COLA. Let me just go over. I think I have the same thing in. Yeah, we had the COLA at 4% and we had the 401k. I keep forgetting to change that to 3%. It's a 3% 401k match, not 4%.
4%, the 401k match, 3%, same as last month. Right?
It's identical to last month. Yep. Our healthcare costs have gone up to about 5.5%. So that's also driving some of the increase.
And then the committee pay, did that have any changes from last month?
No, the committee pay, I'm pretty sure we had it in last month, but we might have added the planning commission. We're paying the planning commission a stipend as well.
What is the stipend for the planning commission?
I believe it's $100 for the commissioner and $50 for the members.
We're voting on it. We're voting on it.
Right, and that'll be a resolution.
Right, later on.
Okay, but that's in the budget already.
It's in the budget.
In the budget, 100, so we added that since last month. And what was the change for mayor and council?
The mayor, we are paying $500 a meeting and $100 to council members.
Okay, so that's the same as last time.
I haven't changed anything. I might have added the planning commission. I can't remember if that was after or before.
Yeah, that wasn't there last time.
And that was my suggestion, because I think, there's a deserving need for them. We can talk about that later when that comes up. We'd like to discuss it.
Ralph, were there any other changes that you added from last time? Because I worked with Katie for the preliminary budget as mayor pro tem, so now you've taken over as the mayor, different mayor.
Yeah, Katie, we also talked about some, I think some, coverage for, potential travel or events, that we might attend. Might be mayor, council, might be planning commission. How much did we add on that, Katie?
That was for meals, and I believe it was 2,500.
Total. for the
Yeah,
budget.
total. I put 1,200 in the general fund and 1,200 in the water fund.
To my recollection, that's the only things that were added from my end.
And nothing else really changed from, I mean, Katie, you already explained about slurry seal and, you know, other cammering the sewers and things like that. I think that was all in last month, right?
Yeah, because
Gain
basically
any-
what I try and do is I updated everything. When we talked last time, we had the results through April. So I obviously updated the results through May. So if we had some tweaks in some of the admin or engineering, I told you I changed some of the engineering because we had escrow dollars that we could take against the engineering against. So anything, you know, when I said I built 3% inflation, so whatever I changed in that 1 month for actuals would have flowed through to the budget as well. Just to go back on your question, things after Ralph and my discussion, I added the $6,000 for the planning commission. So that was after. I added $10,000 looking at helping with some automation potentially coming in when people answer the phones or we get a lot of phone calls into the town hall. Is there some type of an AI automation that we could have to avoid everyone taking so many calls and directing people to the right area? So we'll look into that next year. So we added that to the communication budget. We had the 50,000 for the communications person, 30,000 for the website, and another 5 to 10,000 for this automation of phone calls coming in and some AI facilitation.
Yeah, thinking more along the lines of getting, what we call digital assistants. Chris, you might be aware of that, using, kind of a question answer prompt agent kind of, that would help, reduce the number, and the faster access to information. So that's pretty popular these days. So,
And how much did you budget for that?
what do we
I put
budget?
10,000 in for that. So you could see it in the communications. Well, it's under professional services. And when we look at the breakdown of the professional services, my communications line is 90,000. And that is 50,000 for our communications person, 30,000 for the web design, and 10,000 for this digital AI.
That communication budget though can go to something else, right? You're not locked into digital AI or anything else. This is just a budget number that we can.
Right.
Use various projects. Whether or not that. was
Exactly. As with anything we put in the budget, you asked about, you look at the advisory committee, but you could also say from the communications and advisory and some legal, we know kind of what we want to spend in the professional budget. If we reallocate from one project to another, would they obviously be discussed with the town council or the person in charge of communications or advisory.
Okay. And did you take anything away from engineering or legal? You know, those big buckets.
No, I've kept legal. I upped it by $5,000 only for the reason when I was looking at all the escrow accounts, I noticed we had about $5,000 of legal that went against escrow. So I upped that by the 5,000, but that's about all. Escrow and the 5.5% inspection fee.
Okay,
So
no,
I increased it by 5,000.
Thank you. And no additional public works projects came up in the last month that.
No, we've kept everything pretty standard. We got some good input from Dan working with Gordon on what we anticipate coming through. So those have not changed. And our costs this year have come down a little bit in May, not much, maybe about $8,000-9,000. But I kept the what they requested flat in the FY26 budget. So no, I did not touch anything there.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? JD, I know you haven't had much of a chance to look. How's that, JD? What do you think? Come on, you're that,
Well, I'll show my cards. I mean, agentic AI is where things are gonna happen and it's gonna be eventual cost savings. So I think it's worth understanding that.
I just want to point out that we have chased some shiny objects in the past with technology here, and I want us to be deliberate. When we choose a solution, we're not choose a solution to solve a problem that we actually have, not buy a shiny object that we think might help us. So I would challenge us, the council and the mayor, not to go after the shiny objects and really make our business case first about why we need to spend $10,000 on a piece of technology, licensing something. So that's something we should definitely be more careful with in the future. It's not a ton of money compared to the overall budget, but you know, it is an annoyance when we buy technology because it seems like the latest and greatest thing, when in fact, we are either not ready to use it or we don't know how to use it, or it's not panning out in the long run to help us in the ways we think it will. That's my cautionary tale.
Just to be clear, I wouldn't suggest anything without having a good research, basis for it.
a good business plan going forward. You don't need to invest, you certainly shouldn't be investing in anything unless there is a business case for it. That's the first step. But we can start doing some of that work and that won't cost us anything, meaning I think we've got some intellectual capacity on this council to do some of that and then lay that out and then, see if we can test some things. So, but one possibility is a 24/7, chatbot agent that can answer questions around the clock as opposed to, 9 to 5. So, those are increasing automation. The figures that I get, and I talk to execs around the world, literally 200 a year. They're looking at 15 to 20% increases in their automation and their efficiency budgets using these kinds of techniques. I'm not saying we're gonna get to
For a
that
town of
place.
our size. I don't know, but I can see how it would be such in like the private sector, sure, for a big business. So,
Well, actually, there's quite a lot of government going on. You can check out the YouTube on what they're using with ChatGPT right now with a wealth of counties, states, cities in using these techniques. So we actually are, not ahead of the game, we're behind the game. Katie, back to you, I guess. You want to talk about the enterprise fund?
Yeah, I kind of touched on the little bit of opportunity and risk there, but the operating income, we are looking really good. We have about an 11% increase in COs year on year, and JSSD is planning that 6% increase in January. So you can see that kind of flowing in the expenses and revenue section. Same kind of in the expenses. We've got the 4% for the cost of living. We have 3% for 401k match, same thing. The inflation stayed the same. JSSD charges went up a little bit. And we've got some little bit higher legal costs coming into the enterprise fund as well. So everything looks really good there. We've got, close to $250,000 surplus going into next year. We've got 240,000 this year. We're doing well to be able to, look to see what we might have to do in the future if we do have any issues with our sewer or storms or water or things like that. So we do have a nice surplus that we are building.
Any questions
And
so
then-
far?
And for the MIDA fund, nothing really changed that much in the development fund. Last time I did not have the admin expenses in there. So I've added the admin expenses. We got all the information from MIDA very recently. So yeah, the only thing you can see in there that's different is I've got admin expenses, and they charge us about a 10% of our property taxes to manage for us. So I've included those this year in FY25 and FY26. I've increased those by the same amount of our COs going up in the MIDA district, and that is about 22%. So nothing else major has changed there. Obviously, if I needed more or less money in the general fund, and as I said, I needed a little bit more in the general fund, you can see I'm taking some money from the municipal fund where you see transferred to Fund 10, and I'm taking some money from the development fund. And again, the municipal fund where I take those dollars is to cover municipal costs for the town. And when we take money from Fund 10 or transfer money to Fund 10 from the development MIDA, that is for development of the town for growth and other initiatives. So that's about what I have, and I think you've got a good solid budget here. Obviously, we'll manage the expenses next year as we did this year, and hopefully be able to take less from MIDA and be able to keep that for future development as well. So as we continue to develop the town, we want to continue bringing those funds in from MIDA so we have excess money to be able to do that, or the money to be able to do that.
Katie, I know we talked about this, so we're trying to, maybe next time build some charts around this, maybe even some pie charts and extrapolation charts. So it's not just a bunch of numbers to folks, although there's a pretty good number of people that just joined us here. I would say, what big risks? What's our, any big risks that you see coming forward that we should think about? And I'll leave it there as a final.
Yeah, I will put that in there, and I think those are great ads based on our conversation. Yes, I actually downloaded all the information from 2020 through 2025, so I could get some of those charts for you that show more where we spent the money in the past, where we're spending it now, why we're changing, as well as we'll be presenting an opportunity and risk page that can show you where we see we might have some problems or some opportunities. So we will add a chart page and opportunities and risk page going forward.
Great, thanks, Katie. I think that would be a next step forward in terms of getting information that describes the spreadsheets here, so to speak. So, okay. Anybody else got any
Excellent.
questions? You sign here?
No, I just want to thank Katie. I know Katie and Jen and Carrie, who are the budget committee. They just do a fantastic job, I think, getting all this information together for us. So thanks very much.
It's our pleasure. Carrie's fantastic and Jan does a great job as well. So thank you.
Polly, is this open for public comment?
This is a public hearing, yes?
Yeah, so we have to open up for, so with, unless there's any objections, any comments from either the public that is here or online. And it's *6, I believe, Alicia, right?
Raise your hand and then.
Yeah. So anyone online have a question? Any of the two gentlemen in the audience want to talk about budgets?
And can I just note two things? Well, really just one thing is for the compensation for the council, state code requires that you have a separate public hearing and that any compensation for elected officials have a separate ordinance. So I didn't realize until now, I didn't tune in that there was gonna be a change to what council would be compensated for, or mayor. So, we can put it in the budget, you can earmark it, but that we would need to
open it up to, and notify everyone, right?
Yeah, we'll have to put that on.
So we did that for July,
Yeah, we can do that for
Okay.
July.
so, well, we can still pass the budget here.
Yes, I just want to let you know
Yeah,
that.
that's good, yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Let's get that on for next month.
And that would be for both the planning commission and the council, or just for the
It's
council?
actually just for the council, but maybe you want to do both of them at the same time. We didn't specifically, yeah, either way. You can do the planning commission tonight if you wanted to.
All right, well, we'll get to that anyway, and it's already included in the budget, so get them started and we can vote on in July on the council side of things.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Alicia, anybody online that's, that has raised their hand about drilling into the budget? Okay, so let's close public portion of that and, back to us. Anybody, any motions to approve the budget?
So moved.
Second,
I'll second.
Carol seconds. Jonathan?
Yes.
JD?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Chris?
yes.
You're doing great.
Okay. I think we passed the budget. That's it. Cheers. Thanks, Katie. Thanks for all the work you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, moving on, where are we here in, we have public input, so, let's open up this to public input. Anyone online, again, *6, and, anyone here, anyone else online would like to add anything for public input?
I'll raise my hand if nobody else is.
Just maybe tell people again how they can raise their hand in case they forgot.
It's *6, right? *6 to raise your hand.
If you're on the phone.
If you're on the phone, yeah.
If you're on just regular Zoom, then use either, the raise hand function.
Alicia, you see anyone? Okay. Chris?
Yep, thanks. So Mayor, I'm sure other people have noticed, but it's like high construction season. Sometimes we have trailers parked on through roads for weeks at a time that are blocking our narrow streets. Today, I had to go around a giant, cement pumper just to get, on Hideout Trail. And even though they all tried to park on the same side, which is great. They did have some cones around the pumper, which took up an entire lane, but there were no flagmen. And I know we've got ordinances about this and just need to start stepping up enforcement. Because it is a problem, it's gonna continue to be a problem. You know, as we go, I don't know how many times people complained, but I mean, I can't be the only one who, was, noticing these things. How does enforcement work?
Is that a question for
Yeah,
Paul?
yeah, I'm not sure who that, is that addressed to whom?
It's addressed to the administration, so I guess it's to you, the mayor, and answering, how are you trying to?
Well,
handle it?
first of all, I'd like to say that I agree with what you're saying.
Well, you had to drive past that trailer to get to your.
I know, exactly. It was
The
ridiculous.
guy just eventually, somebody must have gotten to him because he moved it off the road after about, I don't know, 8 days. But I don't know who had to talk to him.
Listen, I've been talking about enforcement. If I had a badge, I'd get out there and say, what are you guys doing? Because you're gonna cause a major accident, but I don't know what, you
Or
know.
somebody's gonna run into it in the dark, because there wasn't even, there
Going
wasn't
around,
even
going
a.
around that one corner.
There
you can't-
wasn't
you
even
can't
a-
see. So we're all, I think we're all in violent agreement about this. Polly, can you give us any guidance as to, I mean, is
Yeah.
it Dan who does the
Well,
enforcement?
we have code enforcement, and so I don't know, if Jan, I think is on, if she wants to speak to how she's managing. I think it's more that we're responsive, but we do have the ability under our code to enforce and to fine people for violating, so. I can speak to the fact that we have those fines and we have the mechanism to enforce. But I don't know the details as to how the town is implementing that.
Which is pretty question, I mean, it feels like it's questionable because, to Chris's point, they're supposed to have signs out there. We agreed upon the size of the signs. It's in the code. And there's nothing, there's no control over anything, at this point. And I can't imagine it getting better because we're in early June. This is gonna continue for the next several months during construction. You gotta let people build, but, I don't know, do you deputize all of us? Not that I really want that, but. yeah,
Or should we have budgeted for enforcement, another enforcement officer who we hire and their only job is to go and.
We do have public works that I understand from the last administration was authorized to write tickets, write citations.
Public
And
works and
collect
mayor
evidence.
are the enforcement
So,
agents.
you know,
But the question is that the right enforcement? We need some enforcement.
Yeah, I agree.
Is it the right enforcement? And I think Public Works is pretty busy doing public works stuff, and I think our mayor is pretty busy doing mayor stuff. And who's gonna handle it? I do think we should work together to find a solution, because it can't be only, everyone is experiencing it who is trying to safely navigate our roads during, these special projects that are going on.
Yeah, so maybe we need, and I'm not really sure, I would love to investigate how any other small startup towns like ours are functioning in this regard. One, get some recommendations on, moving forward. Maybe, we need someone on the council to kind of spearhead that. Form almost like a short-term working committee around how we collect fines. Because part of the problem is if you don't collect the fines, no one's gonna really care about the paper that they receive.
Is there a list of people who are in arrears to the town for this stuff? Surely there's gotta be some kind of list for that.
I don't think it's the collecting the fines that is my question right now. I think it's important, but it's not what I'm asking about. I'm asking for safety at the time of a construction site doing something that's blocking the road. So that's what I'm asking for. We don't have to solve it here. I just wanted to bring it up in
But
public.
admittedly, but if you start hitting people in the pocketbooks, that's what the hell you're gonna listen, isn't it?
Or it's the cost of doing business.
well, deterrence has value and you just start escalating the fines. And if we don't
Yes.
have an escalator clause, then we probably need one.
We need somebody, not to just write tickets, but to get the guy to move his trailer, to get the guy to move his truck, to get the company, the professional company that's out there pumping concrete, to have a flagman at either end like they're supposed to according to our code. We need that. I don't wanna fine them. I just want them to behave properly by, if we have to fine them to do what we do, but I don't think that's necessarily the answer. I think it's just communication, because some of these people, I don't think they have any awareness. They're out there pumping their concrete, taking up the whole road, because you know what? Their pumper is massive and it's gotta be leveled, and that is the best that they can do. So they're just trying to get their jobs done, but we need to make sure that they're doing it safely. That's all my point is.
To your point, let's, can you recognize Jan, because I
Yeah,
think
she
she's got a comment here.
Jan, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah,
We have had training from Cameron on this issue, and our public works are trained on the issue as well. We can't make money on enforcement. You can't make it a profit center. Right now, we need to catch people in the act, and I think Public Works does a great job in being responsive to calls. We've experimented with some software to make that easier. It's my understanding that software has not been as efficient as it promised, but I think we bring this back to Cameron to give us advice, because Cameron was in law enforcement and he's excellent at it.
and let's bring him into the conversation.
Sounds like a good idea.
Right.
Okay, that's my public opinion.
Any other public, well, I think we offline will try to get to a better point of view on this and how we tackle it. Any other public input? Sounds like no. So let's.
Oh, can I add one more thing? Sorry. I just want to say, I live on the, overlooking the golf course. The golf course opened 2 months earlier, or earlier this year than last year. It's actually delightful that it's open, it's being watered. And I just want to mention that I think that is wonderful town, amenity that people can use, and it's just, it feels like, more of a happy summer because the golf course opens, at a great time. It didn't open in mid-July, it opened in mid-May, and it makes the town feel more vibrant and, successful and a happy place people want to be. So I just want to point that out, that is a good thing.
I noticed more people golfing this year.
Yeah, there's a lot of, and the ponds is
Yeah.
filling up and they're watering. It's great. I'm just delighted to see the golf course thriving this year.
Agree with that. Okay, so we'll close public input and we will move on to presentation of land acquisition services by Ben McAdams. I don't know if Bill is here. Ben, are you online?
Yeah, I'm here and Bill is also with us.
Oh, hey guys.
Good to see you guys.
Hey, good to hear from you. So the high level proposition is the potential to acquire land that, the federal government controls, and that's been a big issue. You don't have to go very far except read the New York Times and Wall Street Journal as to what potentially is available. And of course, if the town could get some land and in the control of the town, that would also present us with a better opportunity to create a viable Ross Creek area set of development and potentially community center. So a few more acres wouldn't be, would be a great thing for the town if we can get it in a kind of a public-private partnership. Ben, you are, and Bill, you guys are experts, so to speak, in this area, and been a congressman and mayor of Salt Lake City, and Bill, a lobbyist in Washington. So I'd love to hear I think we'd all love to hear what you guys want to talk about and where our possibilities could possibly, go.
Yeah, thank you. So I was talking to Bill and, remembering where Bill and I have known each other for many, many years, but where I really got to know Bill well was when I was mayor of Salt Lake County, and Bill was representing a coalition of parties from environmental groups to Salt Lake County and Salt Lake City and Sandy City and Park City and Summit County, as we were trying to make decisions about the Central Wasatch and land decisions. And you don't engage in those decisions without looking at federal lands there as well. And so Bill was our advocate on those federal lands as we were working to make decisions. And so, the one thing that I know from my time as mayor is it's important that those decisions are locally informed, whether your goals are management, recreation, creating some sense of identity for those lands. You want to have local voices driving that decision, not a bureaucrat far away in Washington who doesn't care about your goals and your needs and your frustrations, who's driving those decisions. So since leaving Congress, what my work has focused on, I've created an organization that's called Putting Assets to Work. So we advise cities, counties, and state governments all across the country. In fact, right now I'm in Cleveland doing some work with the city of Cleveland. We look at government-owned real estate that's either city-owned, county-owned, federally owned real estate, and how they can better utilize that real estate to meet local objectives. And those objectives are going to differ from city to city. Here in Cleveland, a city that's losing population every year, they're focused on economic development and job creation. We've done some work with the city of Atlanta that they are looking at housing But every city's different. You know, we've done a little bit of work with Cheyenne. We're working currently with Spokane, Washington. Every city's different, but this has been the niche of work that I've done, is looking at working with governments on their land, and especially government-owned real estate, and how that can be better utilized. And let me turn it over to Bill for a second to talk about what he does. But, you know, again, I would come back to the guiding principle is that those decisions are made best by the people who are adjacent to those lands and are and experience in them on a daily basis.
Yeah, Ben, thank you. Mayor, good to see you. Council, nice to see you as well. Bill Simmons, I grew up in Summit Park. I grew up, my dad was principal at Park City High School, so am a minor. And when I graduated from the University of Utah, I had spent a summer before my graduation. I had worked for a developer, and between my junior and senior year, we went to Washington as an intern for the congressman that when Utah first had the third congressional district, so a long time ago, and so enjoyed it. When I graduated, I went back, worked on the Hill for about a decade, working for a variety of different members. My last job was I was staff director of the subcommittee that oversaw all Forest Service land at the House Natural Resources Committee. And in 1998, I got recruited to lobby and have been doing that since. And as Ben said, I think one of my favorite things I've done throughout my career is work with local communities to accomplish their goals. And as Ben said, we had a close working relationship throughout the Central Wasatch Commission process that brought around what was called Mount Accord. That we were able to get everybody from Jason Chaffetz to Save Our Canyons to agree on legislation. Brought it to a congressional hearing, and really had a lot of success in terms of helping communities and stakeholders figure out how they would like to have the land around them managed. So this would be a project, we've talked to the mayor and others about it, which would be right in our wheelhouse. Obviously, we know the area really well, but also have a good history of working not only with the congressional delegation, but the federal agencies, both Bureau of Reclamation and Forest Service, BLM, Park Service. But in our case, most relevant is going to be the Bureau of Reclamation. So we would look forward to working with you guys, and throughout the process, as Ben said, our main goal is to make sure that ultimately you guys have control over your destiny.
So I have a question, if you're taking questions now, and that's, so yeah, Bureau of Reclamation, that is the land in Ross Creek that I think you've got your eye on, Mayor, and, seem like there are some opportunities there where, we can still maintain that buffer zone for the reservoir where we get our drinking water from, and there is some recreation on, and yet, be able to utilize land that would otherwise just sit empty and not really provide that buffer zone. So my question, though, to our guests, Mr. Simmons and Mr. McAdams, is how close are we, with the federal, with Congress in, authorizing the sell-off of these federal lands?
So do you want to tackle that one, Ben, or happy to?
Well, yeah, I would say I think this is probably a different process that, and I invite Bill to weigh in because he is tracking legislation maybe more closely, but I would expect this is going to be akin to other processes that I've seen. very much a unique process. First of all, we're going to want to see local consensus. There are local stakeholders who you're going to want to see on board. We're going to want to have a discussion with Central Utah to make sure they're comfortable with discussions we're having, and other stakeholders who are going to have to be part of the discussion. Certainly, then probably conversations, as Bill mentioned, with the Bureau of Reclamation, and I expect there will be a federal process. So this is something that'll be, I think, very much a fine-tuned and probably more of an administrative process rather than a congressional process. And we're talking more of a scalpel than kind of a big fell swoop type legislative whack at it.
Absolutely. The legislation that has garnered a lot of attention around the country was some legislation advanced by Congresswoman Celeste Malloy and supported by the other members of the Utah delegation, that she was working to try to get into budget reconciliation. As I'm sure you guys probably have followed, the budget reconciliation process is very partisan. So it only really happens when one party controls both the White House and then the Senate and the House. So it's been done now. It was done obviously when Democrats had a similar situation, but because of the nature of the tight majority for the Republicans in the House, there was one member in particular, Congressman Zinke from Montana, former Secretary of Interior, that objected. And so those provisions just out and out dropped out. Senator Lee has introduced a more broad kind of process bill, is what I would call it. Doesn't specifically call out individual pieces of property like the Congressman Malloy's provision. So again, what's happening at the national level, this is going to be very locally driven. Not really, it wouldn't be anticipated, as Ben said, that this is gonna need or want any kind of federal legislation to carry it out.
I would just add to that also, we are not experts on the town of Hideout. You are those experts, but from what I can say of the stuff that Bill and I have worked on in other contexts, what you want is to have that local support. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought, but you're going to want to, they're going to be in some of the legislation you've seen, you're going to see parcels that could get 100% Republican Democrat support, that everybody would agree that it would make sense for a federally owned parcel to transfer to local control or to private control. And you're going to see parcels that are going to be, some that are going to be 100% on the other side that should always be protected and never, and some that are going to be very divisive. And so the goal would be, as it relates to the town of Hideout, is to build as much consensus as possible, to have any parcels that you're looking at to just be on the consensus side of the ledger, not on the divisive side of the ledger.
Yeah, that sounds right to me. That I think that's I think exactly what would happen here. I don't know that we've ever had those kinds of conversations, with anybody about that area. If we're talking about Ross Creek, right? This is all Ross Creek related.
Primarily, yeah, really that too.
And
there's two triangular parcels equivalent, equating to about 70 acres next to our 10-acre sliver that we own. And
the 70 acres is where?
Right, adjacent to ours.
Right there inside the park boundaries?
Mm-hmm.
So inside the state park?
I'm not sure if
inside the fence.
Well, part of the land is inside the fence, yeah. Yeah, so it's BOR1.
Yeah, currently we have recreation opportunity, we have trails there, and it's open space. It serves as the buffer between the development and the lake / reservoir where our water comes from. So we would definitely want to be very specific with our local knowledge about what parcels we're talking about and try to get that ideally consensus. 100% of the people think, okay, well, this area seems okay without impacting wildlife corridor or the park size or, you know, whatever people were concerned about. I know I'm concerned about keeping the drinking water clean. So I think we would definitely want to be very selective in what we would, you know, be quote unquote going after, that we would want to get that broad public consensus about.
Any other comments?
I think there's a great opportunity here. If we were to get some land right adjacent to Ross Creek, then we would have enough space to do a lot more than the small projects that were proposed. And so while we may not need 70 acres, getting, you know, a little additional breathing space in there would open up many more opportunities for us.
I agree with that.
Yeah, and I think this is the opportunity, we have a window, so to speak, existing. Ben, I know, can you share, you know, it's kind of a political window right now that may be opportunistic for us. And then two, I think you brought the central point in. We control it, someone else doesn't. So the town gets to, you know, create the destiny for this, you know, appendage, or not even the whole 70, but a piece of that. So is it better in our control, or is it better in the Fed's control? And I think, you know, we know what we want in our town and where we're going. So anything to add there, Ben?
No, I would think that's right. I think, you know, I would imagine that you're probably talking about some conservation, some trailhead and recreation, maybe some biking, probably some wildlife corridors, all of that. But those decisions are going to be, you know, if I was a local official, I would want those decisions to be locally managed, not by some bureaucrat who doesn't have the time of day and doesn't care about you, to be making those decisions, you know, and you have to go back and say, Mother, may I? And it's going to take years for them to decide whether you can put in a signpost about a trailhead, you know? And so that's what this is about.
I just want to say that the state park, we're talking about the state park boundaries now. I mean, everybody here is very familiar with the state park. So the vast majority of the 70 acres, I think, that you're talking about, Mayor, is inside those boundaries, right? So there's no other area that could be in that area. So that's going to be an important thing to discuss, because that land, even though it's federal BOR land and it's part of the water district, it is also managed by the state of Utah as a state park.
So I think we're asking Bill to put their, you know, understanding and their experience to work here for the town. And we haven't even gotten into, you know, your proposal, which is a contingency-based proposal going forward to explore the avenues of this possible acquisition, given the kind of good timing that we're in. And certainly not to divorce ourselves from, in fact, maybe even making this a better place environmentally, based upon town's input. So, you know, this is good, I think, good timing. Ben, do you want to just, you know, I know we have to move on here, but just quickly, can you give us the 1 or 2 minute pitch on the proposal?
Yeah, you know, we just listened in on your budget conversation. So we know you're a small town with a startup budget and very cost sensitive. So what we've proposed is some type of a contingent budget that we, you know, this is something that could be a 6-month process. More likely it's a several year process, because as you're alluding to, this isn't just a federal conversation. This is a state conversation, a local conversation. So you know, it probably takes more time rather than less. And so we are comfortable, and what we've proposed is a contingent type arrangement that is just based on the eventual outcome and transfer of the value of land.
Any questions on that?
We were talking, this is the public-private partnership part where we pay these gentlemen to help us. Is that what we're talking about? Or when you say any questions on that, it sounded like this was a matter of, you know, how this arrangement could work. Is that what we're talking about here? I mean, in plain English.
In plain English, yeah, I think we're talking about, you know, what kind of arrangement could we engage with Ben and Bill to help us seek the acquisition of these lands within the context of what they have done and their, and this proposal. And I believe is the proposal in here in the,
There's no packet.
okay, there wasn't, yeah. So we'll have to put this on the agenda for next month, but, you know, again, high level, it's a contingency fee, performance-based approach to what they would provide to the town and given their expertise in the window of opportunity, seems like a good, you know, we'll have a chance to review before next meeting, the actual proposal. Polly's already reviewed it and given some input, I believe, right, Polly?
Yeah, and what the other thing we have to do is make sure it complies with our procurement, rules, which we've talked about, so, we can figure out how that can be done prior to next month's meeting if there needs to be some procurement, as we talked about with them.
Does it also have to be in line with our existing general plan, which is at this point is old? Do you need any general plan updates? Is there any relationship between what we're talking about here with investigating the potential acquisition of land for the purposes of commercial development, it sounds like?
Well, no, it's not just commercial. I think you're missing the point there, Chris. It's not just commercial development. It's a combination of recreational amenities. It's a combination of recreational space. It's potential community center location. It's potential light commercial. So yes, it's light commercial, but many other factors that we can incorporate into some additional land. So I want to make that clear.
Does our general plan have to say those things in order for us to?
No, not specifically.
Not specifically, we could agree to, if we agree to enter into this contract. Following the procurement policies, we don't, it doesn't have to already have been somehow contemplated by our general plan that this area that we're talking about and what its use is likely.
No, I don't think, I think that no, I don't think the general plan requires that. I do know that the general plan is being revised. I don't know the status.
I'm on that committee.
Yeah, so we're, you know, if this is kind of coming to fruition, then we would by all means want to include that area in the general plan.
Sure.
But there's no requirement that the general.
But that comes first.
Be done first.
Okay, thanks, appreciate it.
I'd like to make a comment that I'm a very visual person, and I know we're talking about the road that goes down towards the actual parking area of Ross Creek, but I'd like to see what part of the land you're looking at. I mean, I haven't seen anything that shows like a plat map or something. Where is it?
I showed that at the last closed session that we had and shared that with everyone. And it seemed like there was good feedback.
It was,
No, it's a strip,
It's
but it's
in-
two triangles.
right, two triangles,
Yeah,
right.
so I'd be glad to share that. It's, you know, make that public. I think we should review that multiple times.
Right,
These two gentlemen, Ben and Bill, have both seen the idea, and again, I think it's really about the possibilities. It's the art, we're really talking about the potential possibilities here. We don't really know, but the final point would be us gaining control of some
Right.
additional property, both for, you know, maybe environmental, you know, beautification, as well as recreation, as well as some additional retail, as well as a community center. Man, that'd be I mean, this would really be a community center area for us, and it would serve multiple purposes. We just need a few more acres. And this,
few more acres other than the 70?
No, we don't even, we probably don't
Come
even
on,
need the whole
because that
70.
is a lot.
We probably just need maybe 25 of those.
Okay.
And closest to our property, that would create a buffer, for the park, and we could build a buffer. So anyway, those details we'd have to talk about later, but, Ben and Bill, is there anything you want to add? Because we're gonna probably have to move on here.
No,
No,
we look forward to working with you.
Same here, thanks. Thank you.
thank you.
for-
Thanks, guys.
Hey, Ro.
I know you're gonna have to go.
No, I'm gonna have to leave soon. I'm not leaving, I'm just transitioning to, Zoom. I'll still be in the meeting,
Right.
but it's not here. Hey, and also, just a point of order, I know Peter Ginsburg's here, and I know he wanted, is it possible maybe we can move the agenda around out of respect for his time?
Well, we also have Rob Zant up here. Rob, is Rob on as well?
Is there?
Yep, I'm on. But if you have someone there, I'm okay waiting if you want to move the agenda around.
Well, you also have Spencer. Spencer, are you on?
I'm on, yep.
Would you mind if we take care of some quick business here on, I'm not sure anything's quick in life.
This is the government.
This is the government.
You're okay to do whatever you need.
Sorry?
You're okay to do whatever you need to do.
So why don't we, so as Bob just suggested, if it's okay with everyone else, we'll attack the, the planning commission, couple of issues here, since we have Peter. And, let's move to that discussion and consideration, which is 0.5 here to remove alternate planning commission members, Peter Ginsburg, and give him a spot to at least share his thoughts. And then, we're gonna have to move on as well within that context. Peter, does that make sense for you?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to sort of explain my experience and hope that the town council will use this experience and not discourage people like me who have a 30-year track record working in the commercial real estate business and was volunteering my time for the town and sort of blindsided by the fact that you're getting thrown off the planning board. Ralph, you and I spoke, and I'm happy to resign and take a spot on the Economic Development Council. But I want to just give you 2 minutes on sort of what the experience has been. I was interviewed by the chairman and appointed by the mayor. The only way I found that I was appointed was Jan kindly asked me to go get a cup of coffee with her. Neither the mayor nor the chairman ever called me, told me I was on the board. Nobody told me what my responsibilities were. I'm an alternate. At the beginning, they would send me emails, will you be there? We need a quorum. So I figured that's the way it's supposed to work. I'm just filling as a quorum. When I try to reach out and get more information, I was met with no response from from anybody. And it was very frustrating. And then all of a sudden, we're a small town, right? We're neighbors. Right, and I get a call from the mayor out of the blue, like your attendance has been poor, that we want to remove you. And my attendance has been poor. I do a lot of an adjunct at the university. I work full-time. I was building a house. I explained to the mayor that my time was freeing up. And I get an email, you're off the council, you're off the planning board. And I just thought that, the professional courteous thing might have been for the chairman to have called me 6 months ago and said, hey, we got a problem. Can you step up? Or I'm gonna ask you to step aside, right? And I would have had that conversation, as opposed to, I'm on the agenda last month. I don't even know I'm on the agenda. The chairman comes here and says negative things about me. I think that was inappropriate. And I don't think the town council should have allowed that to happen. But nevertheless, I'm going to resign. I'm happy to stay. I want to keep working with this town. My plan is to use my skill set to help this town mature and develop into what it needs to be. And I appreciate you listening to me.
Thanks for sharing those thoughts. And I was describing to you that we'll hopefully get a better fix on how the expectations of planning commissioners and committee members on our various committees get all it, educated before they get in there. So you know what your expectations are. I can't imagine that. So in any case, and some of that fell apart because we did have that process when the state said we were, you had to take a certain class, the day class. We'll reinstitute that. I just want to say thanks, Peter, for sharing your thoughts. I think we, tried to give you that this month to, collect that and join the EDC. You've got obviously tremendous background educationally and business wise. So
Thank you.
sometimes in all these things, all of us have needs and issues in their lives that require more time in some areas. So, that's just part of life. And, hopefully we will have a go forward. You're on the EDC, and again, thank you.
Okay, thank
Thanks for
you.
your time.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you. I think one of our challenges is we don't have, expectations of attendance and et cetera for planning commission.
I agree.
I think we should establish those and as a legislative body, is that our job?
Yeah, one thing that will come up later is the proposal to get back on taking the day class that you did have to take, that I took here. And Kurt and Jerry Dwinell and Sarah all took, I remember we were all together. The state said now if you're a town below 500, you're class 5, below 5,000 in population, they said you didn't have to do that. And I think that's absolutely necessary, helping you possibly know your expectations without going through it. Bob, you're rejoining.
I'm gonna re-log in on Zoom when I get home, providing I don't get blocked by a cement truck or anything. If I do, I'm gonna write a ticket.
Yeah,
right, Yes, absolutely.
That's one thing I will volunteer for.
Double flex, man.
All right.
We heard that. He's volunteering.
Okay,
It's on the record. I'll walk back on in a few minutes.
Mine's in.
So we should make that a priority as council to start working on those expectations and make it clear, because we don't, I actually feel sympathy for Peter. It sounds like he's super busy and I can certainly relate, so can you, with jobs and building a house and having other conflicts. I don't know that we ever established the fact that we expect alternates to be at the planning commission meetings just the same as voting members, because they may need to vote that night. So we should make sure we get those rules established as a council, and we should work on that. There's no reason why we can't start, implementing something and then continuously improving.
Well, I think we're gonna get to that because I've asked that we include that exactly part one of that, Chris. So, but let's circle back now that Peter's, had the ability to discuss, and don't want to lose the presence of Rob and Spencer, who have graciously, Rob, I know you spend so much time. Spencer, you're a valuable resource at the state level. So can you kick us off on the Community Reinvestment Act and what it potentially means to us, and what value it is to the town?
Definitely. And I believe there should be a presentation that I could go over as well. Do I need to share that, or is it
I don't know, is it included here, or is
I didn't see it.
memorandum? And I've seen, yeah, and I've
Yep.
seen something, looks like it is here.
And this kind of the memorandum I prepared is kind of a summary of the presentation. So the presentation will just kind of go into more depth, but I appreciate the opportunity to take the time. As Mayor mentioned, Spencer's also on the call, and both Spencer and I have assisted a lot of community reinvestment agencies and helped them create project areas or CRAs. So
Hey, Rob, before you
yeah.
even go any further, we have a new council person here, and some people don't know who you guys are. I know, we spend so much time with you. Actually, I think JD, you know.
Yeah, I know,
as
Rob.
well.
Yeah, sure.
But can you guys just introduce yourselves, because there's always people who may not know and on the line or otherwise.
Yep, definitely. So I'm Rob Sant. I own economic development consulting firm called Urban and Main Consulting, and I have been the town's economic development consultant, I believe now for over, I think I'm almost hitting 4 years. So I've been helping the town with running various pro forma reviews and economic development analyses. And I've been doing economic development consulting now going on for 15 years. And my main expertise actually is with community reinvestment agencies and with creating project areas, which hopefully we'll do more of at the town. And I'll help a little more beyond than just the pro forma review.
Spencer?
Hey, so quick introduction from me. I work for Mountainland AOG. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, my mic sometimes doesn't turn on. Um, I run the local administrative advisor program. That's a program set up by the state to help cities and towns with a population of less than 10,000 who have limited amount of administrative staff. And so Hideout is one of those. And so I can help with all sorts of projects, consulting you with different ideas. One of the largest projects I've been working on recently has been just HR related. I can do HR projects, I can do budget, I can help with economic development. I have a versatile background, and I actually have worked with Rob for a few years on, like he was saying, on economic development related projects with CRAs and project areas, and excited to help you however I can.
Yeah, thanks, Spencer. And I know you and I and Jan met with, if I remember correctly, here with your partner, right in this little chamber, so to speak. So
Yes,
okay.
we met about a tag program grant. So we're gonna be helping you update your general plan.
And I think that was a successful conversation, if I remember correctly. So
Yeah,
thank you.
I thought so as well.
We,
So
we like sources of funds, so thank you. I
yeah.
know, Rob, you guys want to continue on?
Yeah, of course. So a community reinvestment agency is a tool that the state created. It's actually been around since the 1970s, and it's had various iterations and names. So way back in the day, it was a community development and renewal agency, and then it changed to a community development agency. And then the most recent change was in 2016, where it's now called a community reinvestment agency. If you want to go to the first page of that presentation, that would be
Yeah.
great.
Do you want me to pass the memorandum or go right to the
Yeah,
slide?
we'll just go right to there.
Okay,
Um,
perfect.
so now, yeah, as I mentioned, it's a community reinvestment agency, and it's actually a legal entity that's created by a municipality or a county. And the whole purpose of a CRA or an agency is to promote economic development, promote job creation, redevelop underutilized areas, support public infrastructure projects, and then affordable housing. And most of this is done through public-private partnerships with developers and other landowners. And even though it's a separate political subdivision, it's governed by an RDA or a CRA board, and the members of the town council in this case, you will be the RDA board as well, and then the mayor will serve as the agency executive director. And I apologize, I've been doing this for so many years that I'm going to refer to CRAs as RDAs, but I'll try to say agencies because a lot of them are called RDAs, but we'll try to say agencies. So, and as I mentioned, it's a limited purpose local government entity, and it's basically a tool that you have as a town and that other cities have to reinvest property tax revenues and other agency revenues generated from new development back into specific areas. So, and with project areas, they're called tax increment financing or TIF. So, a lot of us are familiar with MIDA. MIDA also uses this same tool, but they call it property tax allocation. But when it comes to an agency, it will be called tax increment or TIF. And how you generate that TIF as an agency is you do it through creating what are now called community reinvestment areas, or CRAs, or project areas. So again, very similar to the Hideout MIDA area. It's just whereas that one is controlled by MIDA and their board, any project area that if you elect to create an agency, any project area that you create, the agency will have governing and controlling process over that project area. Next slide just talks a little bit about kind of what that tax increment is. So again, a lot of this we're already aware of because of the MIDA area, but it's not a tax increase. The property taxes that taxing entities collect are frozen the year that you create that project area, and taxing entities continue to receive that property tax. And then any new development that occurs in a project area above and beyond that base year value, you as an agency will get a portion of that that's agreed upon with the other taxing entities. And then you'll be able to use that property tax revenue back into the project area for a specific period of time to incent development to occur. And this next page is just a nice little graph that kind of explains tax increment through a picture. So the goldish color would be that base year value. So as I mentioned, the taxes that are off of that base tax, the town, the county, the school, and other jurisdictions would continue to receive. And then you would agree to take a portion of the new development, which is shown in red, and you would get a portion of that as an agency to pay for public improvements, to incentivize development to occur within a project area. And also, an agency is allowed to also bond, so you could use that money for long-term debt service as well. And then the next page kind of just shows an example of that. So I mentioned all of this, but this is kind of just the fancy calculation of taking the growth minus the base year, timesing it by a certified tax rate, and then timesing that number by that participation rate that you've negotiated with the other taxing entities. And then that would get you your annual tax increment. So in this case, if there was a $4 million value and you got 75% of the tax increment, then you would get that $4,000. And then something else real quick before we go on to kind of talking about some of the project areas. So agencies, you're allowed to create a community reinvestment project area. As I mentioned, you're allowed to finance infrastructure, development incentives, affordable housing. You also are allowed to collect administration costs. You're allowed to acquire and sell property. You enter into agreements with developers and other taxing entities. As I mentioned, you can issue bonds. And then you could also partner with other local and regional agencies to meet broader goals. Something else to know, besides that this has been around since the 70s, is there are currently 98 active agencies in Utah, and 24 of Utah's 27 counties have agencies. So it's a common tool that exists all throughout Utah. And then this next page just kind of lists all the different reasons why you'd create a project area. So to help existing businesses, bring in future ones. And then this is why you'd create a CRA. So you would do a but-for analysis of why you need to create a CRA and why you need to collect tax increment. And kind of what the but-for analysis means is development within the project area would not occur but for the use of TIF funds. And there's a lot of but-for factors, but some of the common ones are, hey, for instance, in Hideout, it's hard to get commercial businesses to locate in the city due to lack of rooftops. So you could use tax increment to incentivize a commercial user to come to the town. Maybe because of the current market, a development wouldn't happen for 3 to 5 years. So you could use tax increment to speed up the timing of a development. Sometimes there's extraordinary costs. That could be infrastructure, it could be topography, it could be various things. That could be a common but for. And then also a common but for is it could have significant public benefits. So that's kind of the main reasons why you'd create that project area. And then the last slides on the presentation kind of show you what the process would be. So this is a general overview of the creation process. So the first thing you would do is, to create a project area, it typically takes anywhere from 120 to 180 days. There's a few mandatory public hearing notice periods, which really, that's one of the main reasons why it takes so long is those could be 60 to 90 days worth of mandatory public hearing notice periods. And then the other thing that could make that process take a long time is as an agency is required to negotiate with all of the various taxing entities, depending on their meeting schedules, that could also take quite a bit of time. So on the next page, so the first thing you would do is you would create what's called the survey area resolution, and this is how you would initiate the process of adopting a CRA. The survey has a map of the potential boundaries of the area, and then you, as a CRA board, would adopt a resolution that gives the agency permission to draft a project area plan and budget. And then the next page. So we won't go into this in a lot of detail, but as an agency, you also do have eminent domain power. And in order to use that power, it's different than a town. You don't just have eminent domain power for public use. You could also have it for non-public uses, but you'd have to go through and conduct what's called the development impediment study to determine the existence of various impediments. And if those exist, then that would give you permission to use eminent domain. That's not used a lot in Utah. It's pretty rare for an agency to go through this process, but it is something you can do. So, and then the next page talks about the project area plan. This is a document that governs that project area. So it talks about goals and standards, specific developments, reasons for creating the project area, what are the public benefits for creating the project area. As I mentioned, there's a 30-day notice period where you have to let the property owners and taxing entities know that you're creating a project area. Then you hold the public hearing and adopt the project area plan by resolution and ordinance. And then after you adopt that plan, there's another 30-day period where people can review and contest the plan. Then the next page talks about the project area budget. The budget includes, as I mentioned, that base taxable value. It also is the budget that shows how much money will be generated, how long the agency will receive the money, and the percentages of tax increment sharing with other taxing entities. Also, this is done through a hearing that takes 30 days notice. Typically, you would adopt a plan and budget at the same public hearing. And then after adopted, there's also a 30-day period to contest the budget. And then the last step in creating a CRA would be that negotiation step, which you would do through interlocal agreements with the various taxing entities that levy a tax. So that's something that's unique about an agency is you would adopt an interlocal agreement with Hideout Town. So even though you're the same people, there'd be two different line items, mayor, where you would sign it as the mayor, then you'd also sign it as the executive director. And then you would also have interlocal agreements with counties and the county and the school districts and other special service districts. And then that one also has a notice period after as well, where people can contest the ILAs. So the first step that you would do tonight is, if you elected to, you would just take the action to create the Hideout Community Reinvestment Agency. And then there's a couple of steps after this ordinance is passed that we would have to do to actually create it. You send it to the lieutenant governor. and she sends a certificate that says, hey, you've created this agency. So that's probably, at least I would say a month or 2 month process, depending on how quick we can get the different attachments that are required to send to the lieutenant governor. And then once you've created the Hideout Community Reinvestment Agency, then the next step would be to start the process of creating a community reinvestment area around the Ross Creek area would be probably the first one we would look at. But you could create as many areas as you would like as a agency. So with that, I don't take any questions. I know it's a lot of detail. Hopefully, you received the memo. I prepared it last week, so hopefully you had enough time to review that, and happy to answer any questions, and Spencer as well.
Just one, is Bob and Chris back on?
Bob is, haven't seen Chris yet. Oh, she's there. Yep.
Okay, in case we need a.
I am here.
I never left. I've been on the whole time.
Okay, great. Good that you got to catch, Rob and, Spencer. Questions? Jan, are you still on? Any comments? Because, you've certainly been, a proponent and gone through much of this. So anything to add, Jan?
I'm really happy to have Rob and Spencer on board. They're excellent consultants, and this is an important next step for taking advantage of just financial tools that we have available. And thank you, Rob, and thank you, Spencer. I think it's a great move.
Yeah, I'll just add real quick. The what Jan just said, this tool, it just opens up another tool for your belt to use financially. And so it just gives you another option. And so I've seen communities really benefit from utilizing community reinvestment agencies. And so and Rob will do a really great job with helping you decide whether or not to create specific areas and where those would make sense for you. And then I can be kind of like that backup voice, consultant voice for you as well.
JD's got a question.
Are there any properties within a CRA that are not allowed to be done? And in other words, I don't know if there's potential exploitative type of things that can be done in the name of a CRA that are prohibited.
So you're like saying, are there certain types of properties that can't be included?
Let's say someone comes up with a property and they build something and they get the base TIF established, and then suddenly I'm gonna drop in a casino here, even though, that's unlikely, of course, here, but like, what are there prohibitions from certain types of properties with CRA?
Yeah, so the only thing that the law stipulates, and there's Jan's also brought Kyle Fielding. I believe he's presented to you guys before, and he's an RDA attorney that I've worked with in a lot of different communities, and he's a really good resource as well. But I believe the only thing that you're not allowed to use, put in a CRA or use the funds in a CRA would be a municipal use without the permission of the other taxing entities. Like you couldn't use tax increment to build a new city hall, a town hall, or build a new public works building. You would be allowed to do it, but you would have to get permission from the taxing entities before you could do that. But a casino, it doesn't specify any type of thing you're not allowed to do. Now, that could come into effect with the interlocal agreements with the taxing entities. They could stipulate, hey, you'll only receive tax increment off of A, B, and C. So it could happen through there, but from a state statute component, no.
Thanks, Rob.
Yep.
Other questions? Because
Yeah, I had my hand up, Mayor.
Yeah, Chris.
All right, so, hey, Rob, would you go back, or Mayor, would you go back to the visual that showed the model where the assumption is the 75% negotiated?
Next page, Mayor. One more.
Yeah, so let's put this in kind of plain English, like and I'll, I just want to understand it and make it understandable to the community as well. So first of all, we have to negotiate with the other taxing entities. So, if I take out my tax bill, I've got a lot of lines on there.
Yep.
Are you saying we have to negotiate with all of them or some of them?
As
Or
many, yeah. So what's interesting, again, lots of different ways that this tool's been modified, but currently, as what's allowed is you would negotiate with each individual taxing entity, and each interlocal agreement could be different. So the town of Hideout could say, hey, we're going to give the agency 100% of our tax increment, and then the school district could say, hey, we're going to give you 25% of our tax increment. So, and then you could also create a project area that's just Hideout participating, or Hideout in the county participating, or all taxing entities participating.
so just as a curiosity, why would what incentives would a taxing entity want from, this CRA in order to give up the money that they're collecting from property taxes?
That's a great question. So, a lot of various reasons, but one of them would be the property is underutilized. It's not generating a lot of taxes. So let's say it's currently generating $1 million, has $1 million of base year value, right? So let's say for the school district, that's $50,000. And then you're going to incentivize a hotel or a bigger one, and that's going to jump up, let's say, to $75 million. Then you basically tell the school district, hey, back to that, but for this wouldn't happen but for the creation of a project area. And even if you only get 25% or 50% of the future property taxes for a 15-year period, that is more than what you're currently receiving. And sometimes that's not the case, but you say, hey, for 15 years, you're going to get a small portion of the tax increment, but once the project area expires, you're going to get the benefit of the entire increase. So that's one reason. Other reasons, it could be the public benefits. So, historically, school districts have been really hard to negotiate with. But as family sizes are shrinking and property and homes are getting more expensive, you have less and less opportunities for families and future students. So there's a lot of school districts. This is happening especially in Salt Lake County, where school districts in the next 5 to 10 years are looking to have to close down their schools. And so creating housing now, they're actually, what that used to be a big obstacle in them participating is now something that they're actually liking to see. So there's a lot of different reasons, but the main reason would be you'd go through and you would negotiate with them and show them, hey, this is the public benefit and why you should participate in the project area.
Yeah, I'll just add that long term is the big reason why a lot of these taxing entities will participate, is because they see the long-term vision that you're trying to bring. And they understand that down the road, after the area is finished, then they'll be collecting more taxes because of the project. And so, like Rob was saying, they're still going to collect tax increment during the phase of the project, but then after, they're going to be collecting a ton more tax increment as a result of it. So that's the biggest reason I've seen.
Okay, no, that's a great answer. So the process, you have to create the community reinvestment agency to start with. Then you have to decide on project areas and what the project might be. Is that the time then where you approach the taxing entities with the idea and you try to get them to, participate in the tax increment and allowing this essentially to be skimmed, if you will, off of what they would have received because of the promise of the future being so much more, valuable for that, revenue for them. Once whatever this project is going to, be realized.
Yep. So I've seen it happen in two different ways. So, and one way would be as an agency, you would create a plan and a budget, adopt the plan and budget, and then you would approach the taxing entities. A lot of times that could be, I wouldn't say a waste of time, but I am a proponent of approaching the taxing entities at the same time that you're drafting the plan and budget to make sure that it's something that they would want to participate in. And again, it might be beneficial, and there's some specific tools that you could use through tax increment that there might be a situation where you as a town just decides to create one. But yeah, I would say once you adopt the survey resolution, it's always better to have those conversations with the taxing entities sooner than later.
So suppose hypothetically, we couldn't get a taxing body to go along with us. What are the remaining benefits to Hideout, if any?
That's a great question. So one of the ones would be redevelopment or community reinvestment agencies. So technically, the town of Hideout, if you wanted to give money for a corporate purpose, there's a lot of steps you have to go through. So you'd have to do a 1082 study and different things like that. Community reinvestment agencies aren't required to do that. You're allowed to give money for corporate purposes. So yeah, I would say it's a little easier to enter into public-private partnerships as a community reinvestment agency would be one of the main reasons why that would be a benefit. And then, there's a few examples of, let's say you want a grocer or you want, a Starbucks or something. It will probably be pretty difficult to get a county or a school district to participate on that. But, you as a town participating on it, you're also allowed to use sales tax if you'd like to. So there's different tools that you can do as an agency that are harder and more difficult to do as a town. And so I would say that's the main benefit. I don't know, Spencer, if you have anything else to add to that one.
Yeah, I was just gonna say just your use of funds, because normally your general funds are limited to being used in a certain way. And so like Rob was saying, um, doing a having your redevelopment agency or your community redevelopment agency and a project area will allow you to use your funds differently than otherwise you would be forced to use them. And so that's why some cities or towns will end up creating a project area so they can use their funds differently than they would have otherwise been forced to use them.
So is there any reason why we wouldn't, very early on in this process, reach out to the local taxing bodies that we think might be receptive and talk to them informally off the record to kind of see if they're willing to go along? Because I see a much better benefit if they'll go along. If they won't go along, I'm having trouble getting a grip on the real benefits to Hideout. And so I'm kind of wondering, maybe we should perhaps reach out to some local bodies that we think might be receptive, at least gauge their interest before we go too far down this road.
Yeah, so I think that's there's a line, right, where you don't want to approach them too early before you really kind of have an understanding of, I wouldn't say you have to have detailed site plans, but at least an idea of what is going to happen in the proposed project area. Then I think, yeah, I would say approach them at that point. I wouldn't. So I've created now about 75 of these project areas, and I've helped quite a few agencies and towns create the agency, and they've never approached the taxing entities before they've created the agency. And I wouldn't really say there's any negative to creating an agency. I think it's a good step in order to use this tool, and a lot of the times with development, time's of the essence. And so, as I mentioned before, the time to create an agency, it's anywhere from, 1 to 3 months. And so it would be nice to have this step done. And then, yeah, I agree with you, Jonathan. I think before you get too far down the line of adopting a survey resolution and plans and budgets, to sit down and talk with the taxing entities to gauge their interest.
Thank you.
All right, my hand's up, so I'll just go ahead and speak. Rob, you answered my very question. I wanted to know what was the downside of creating the agency, and you can think of no negatives whatsoever?
I don't think so. Not about creating an agency, right? And then creating a project area, you are, as an agency wearing that hat, I wouldn't say there's a downside. And I would say from a town perspective, I think you would and for other taxing entities, you really want to spend time on that but-for analysis and just really verifying that there's a reason to create a project area. And it's
Great.
not just.
And what's our cost to create the agency? What does that look like?
So there's no cost. So typically you would pay a consultant so there might be some consultant fees to it.
Okay.
But the way my contract works is I'm a flat fee, so you can use me as much as you would like, and it doesn't change what you pay me. So
great.
And you guys don't pay me anything.
Yeah, Spencer will do everything for free.
Yeah. Yeah, so the help that I provide is funded by the state. So the projects I help with through the LAA program, I would be helping based on the program and paid for by the state. So,
Rob, what is your fee?
$2,000 a month.
Roughly 6 months, is that kind of what this typically takes to go from start to finish?
Yep. And so typically when I create these project areas, I charge a fee to create a project area, and other consultants would do the same. And usually for a CRA, you're looking anywhere from $15,000 to $25,000 just for creating a project area.
Not for the CRA though. The agency.
I was just explaining, like, to create a community reinvestment area, that's typically the fee that would be charged. But to create an agency, I mean, whatever fee you would have to pay an attorney to review documents, there's that associated with it, but there wouldn't be any additional fee to the town. At least for me. And again, as Spencer mentioned, for him.
Any other questions? Well, we don't have to open this up to the public, right, Polly? This is just for the council to vote on. There's a CRA ordinance, I believe, attached to this.
Yeah.
Which provides us the ability to at least get started at the agency, not the area level. And to get that piece in the works, because it takes, as you mentioned, Rob, I think a few months to get through the lieutenant governor's processes. So if there's no other discussion or questions, is there a motion to move on this ordinance?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Chris moves and Jonathan seconds. Vote, Carol,
Yes.
JD,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Jonathan,
Yes.
Chris.
Yes.
Okay. We're gonna have a CRA. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay,
And then is there a separate motion for the governor, or that's just something that gets submitted based on the ordinance?
Yeah, so there's a couple of steps. So this one we included, but there's a couple of steps that we have to do before. So I would say that we'd bring this back. So what we have to do is it's a notice of an impending boundary action is where what we do is we take the map of Hideout and basically say, hey, we're going to create the agency. But there's a step that we have to take kind of that survey map and the county surveyor has to certify it. So there's a couple steps that we would need to do before but we would send the ordinance, we would send this notice of impending boundary action, and then that certified map to the lieutenant governor.
Hey, Rob, quick question for you.
Yeah.
So where Hideout is in multiple counties, do you have to send it to 2 counties?
I believe so, but that would be a
Okay.
great question to ask Kyle.
Okay. Just
I
wanted
would
to make
assume
sure
so,
we were
because-
on page with that.
Spencer, I would assume so, because, you know, we'd have to negotiate with those taxing
Right.
it, right? So you would think.
Yep.
Yeah, and then depending on where you create a project area, then that would change who you're going to be negotiating with, depending on where in your community reinvestment agency you're doing it. So,
Yep.
okay, that clears it up for me.
And right now, it's probably mostly, probably is all Wasatch,
Yeah.
Yep.
so, just for practical purposes.
Yep. And then you wouldn't have to, let's say you bring more area into the town, you wouldn't be required to do another boundary action. The ordinance that you just adopted, and then this says that basically, hey, the boundaries of the agency will always be the boundaries of Hideout Town. So that covers any future annexations. This is just a one-time process that you have to do to create the Hideout Community Reinvestment Agency.
Okay, I don't think, do we need to do, Rob, is there anything further than we need to
Nope,
get started?
I'll just work with Jan and probably Thomas, and we'll get the other things that we need to attach to the ordinance.
Sounds good. Okay, we'll move on from here. Rob and Spencer, thanks so much. That
Thanks,
was
guys.
very informative.
Yep, have a great night.
Yeah,
Thanks,
thank
guys.
you all. We'll see ya.
Okay. I think the next, number 3 is gonna be a little bit more. Gordon, are you still on? This is the discussion and possible adoption, amending the engineering design standards on the stormwater drainage policy. And, I think this should be more or less led by Gordon at this point. Again, Gordon, are you?
See it.
I just texted him to see if he can jump back on.
Okay, well, if he doesn't, I'd say we move ahead and not much we can do about that at this point. We just texted him, no response, I'm taking.
Not quite yet. but
Let's,
we'll-
let-
I'll
let's,
keep it.
yeah, let's move forward. Yeah, let's go to the, well, we did number 5. So 4 is, possible, adoption of ordinance requiring planning commission members to be residents of Hideout and establishing training requirements. So let's go to that piece of the,
So I just emailed you the ordinance on that
oh, you did.
just now. Yeah, sorry. So I provided you with ordinance and a resolution. And the key items in there are
Do we need to track changes on, or should I just move it to?
No, you always want the track changes so you can see what's changing
Alright.
from your ordinance. So sorry, they're different. I kind of So,
Probably this section is what we need to concentrate on.
yeah, well, there's a few, you brought up what I heard, there were kind of three areas, right? Like, that you wanted to, consider changes with. So the first one is the qualifications. So, the new language would require, and of course, this is with input from you, some of this I just had to. So you had said what was suggested was just that someone had resided within the town. I think I made it within 12 months prior to the appointment. And then the request was that the occupancy does not need to be full-time or primary. And I changed it from being owning property to residing, because someone could rent,
Yeah, of course.
right?
Yeah,
So
thanks.
you
That's
wanna,
good, right. You hit it.
you wanna include people that are renting here as well, but it could be a secondary home would
Yep.
be enough. It would not allow someone who just owns property here in the town without having a building,
Some
So-
residency, yeah.
right? Cause I put, so resided, but if you wanted to make it or own property, you could decide to do that. So that's the residency portion. Next, for the training requirement, I just copied what was in the state code, which they require 4 hours of annual land use training. They break it down, the state code breaks it down into 1 hour of kind of general land use procedure, and then 3 hours of more specific type stuff. I just lumped
This
it.
is continuous, more continuous training though, right?
Well, they have annual training. I mean, I mean, the idea is that you have to do it every year. And I think it's for the planning commissioner to pick which courses to take. The league offers annual training, and then there's also the Land Use Institute, which I would think the way the state code reads is that it's either offered by the League of Cities and Towns or it's on their list of training courses. So I just copied what was in the state code to make that easier. And then, once I put the burden on the planning commissioner, the state code kind of puts the burden more on the clerk or on the staff to make sure that everyone's doing it, but since we're a little bit strapped for staff, I thought it better to put that onus on the planning commissioner to let people know. And then if you can scroll down, please, Mayor. And then, I have it that, so it has to be done at the end of each year. The new appointments happen January 1, so I thought it was appropriate to be at the end of the year. And then, it would apply to all current members and alternates. I put that everyone had to do, the existing members had to do at least 1 hour within 60 days. And then any newly appointed member has to complete at least 2 hours within the first 60 days. But of course, that's up to you. State code doesn't let them sit until they've attended it. But I think we're happy to have people.
Sit for 60 days and give them a little bit of a window.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me,
I
yeah.
agree.
Yeah.
And also, I didn't want to overwhelm our existing planning commission to say.
Everybody's
you
gotta
gotta
take
do-
a class, right?
Yeah, you gotta do this within, so it's 4 hours. I mean, you can juggle that however you think. I did not run this by Tony. I mean, I know you had sent kind of the initial concept of it, but I never heard anything.
Well, he was for it, but now there's like very specific wording that you kind of modified, added, and and developed.
I spoke to Tony yesterday,
Yeah,
and he was generally in favor of the concept. He was thinking 90 days to complete all of the training. At least that's what I came away from my conversation with him, or whatever that's worth. So I want to share that. I kind of like that idea. that they need to complete it sooner rather than later.
And you do it all,
That's
probably.
Because if you're gonna sit down for 1 hour,
Yeah.
you know,
exactly.
and so, I would suggest that we consider, you know, something along the lines of, you know, at least 2 hours within, 60 days, I think is not unreasonable. Because if you're not really that dedicated, then maybe we made a mistake.
Yeah. So, you wanna
Okay,
make it-
I've raised my hand, so I'm going ahead and just barge in. Yeah, it's too bad Tony's not here tonight, that we could ask him, for his further opinion on this. Because as much as Jonathan spoke to him, I didn't speak to him because, you know, I think this should be done in public. So I would suggest, first of all, I think it's a good idea that we, you know, help the planning commission, you know, be the best they can be. I mostly support people being a resident. I think that there are some people, and when you say a resident, do you mean a voting resident, somebody who's here as their primary residence, or can they have a secondary home here? I don't know if we're specific in that requirement. Because, for example, like Sarah Goldkind served faithfully on the planning commission for a while, and she's not a full-time resident here, but she was a valuable member at the time, as an example. So are we limiting our pool of potential planning commissioners? And then the third thing I want to point out is that when talking about hours of training arbitrarily, without having training courses in mind, to me seems a little capricious. And, you know, we're setting kind of an arbitrary standard for them. So I'd like to see just a little bit more work done on what exactly those training courses, recommended training courses would be, that we would, you know, essentially assign the planning commissioners with a certain time limit. And then I would really like to hear what the chairman of the planning commission thinks in a public meeting.
You want me to answer the first two?
Yeah, go ahead, and I think because of all these changes that occurred at this point, I agree with Chris that, you know, we should get Tony's input specific, because there's specific wording in here, and we might want to modify that. It'd be nice to get a list of the possible classes, how often do they, you know, come up, because we don't, you know, we want to make it available. We don't, you know, it's like, if you can't take a class, how do you get to this 90 days and fulfill your obligation? There might be some questions on that. I'd also maybe like to get a little bit more on, you know, if anyone else has any opinions on the resident side. I've got opinions, but, you know, if anybody else would like to offer. So, you know, let's pick this apart and then put it through a ringer, pass it by Tony, and then put it up for the July meeting.
So I have a question about the residency. So you were talking about the person who was a part-time member of the planning commission. Did she still attend all the meetings via Zoom? Or how did that work?
No, that's a good question.
Because it seems to me that a planning commissioner, if you're a planning commissioner, you should attend the meetings.
Remote or in person.
Right, but, yeah. But, you know, there should be some requirement that they still attend all the
Oh,
meetings.
so yeah, actually, I'm
Well,
not done.
actually, that's the next piece here.
Yeah.
So,
Okay,
you're right, that was a good segue.
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, my God.
So then,
Can't see this very well.
yeah, so then the next section would be that, so currently we have that the council can remove any member of the planning commission with or without cause. And before it said upon written notice, which I thought was just awkward for the council to do, so it just said at an open meeting. And then, there was some discussion, and I copied this from Park City's standards, just because I'm familiar with it. That any member who's absent from 2 consecutive regularly scheduled meetings or a total of 4 regularly scheduled meetings per calendar year may be called before the town council and asked to resign or remove for cause by the council. So it's a may, so if someone has extenuating circumstances, whatever,
Yeah,
you don't have to do it, but it's, so that's one standard. You might want to change what that standard is. So,
I hate legislating, those kinds of things, but sometimes you have to, otherwise, you're just not gonna get people at meetings and the planning commission is so important from having, voting members there. And I would say this is good, but I know we've talked about this. Jonathan, any feeling from you as well?
Well, a couple of things. One is, I'm curious about Polly, your thinking on the taking out the part about written notice. I like the idea that people would be given notice that they're gonna be called before the council and possibly removed. And I'd like to give them the opportunity to explain. Maybe there's good cause, maybe there isn't. So I'm curious about your thoughts about why remove the written notice language?
because the idea, so I would presume that, and that's a failure on staff's part that, we heard from Mr. Ginsburg that he wasn't told about it. That's something that staff needs to do better about, and maybe delegating, right? We're such a small staff. As a legal counsel, I wouldn't normally reach out to the planning commission. I don't know who the right person is, but we need to establish those processes better. But for the council to issue written notice would mean that you would have to, in an open meeting, direct the clerk to write a letter to the person.
Two-step process.
It would be a two-step process. So I guess my thought was, okay, well, let's just do it in an open meeting and hopefully it would make it a 1 month process or a 2 week process as opposed to 2 months. But we could do that too, but then it's kind of a little awkward, right? Like you would then, or then you need to tell them, it's a little, would you then tell them in the open, before the open meeting that you're gonna be asking to send them the written notice?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
maybe we just
Send them an email and say, hey,
rely on the fact that they are going to be told about it before it happens.
because I would like to make sure that whether we put it in the ordinance or not, that we do give someone a heads up before we actually do it. I think that's only fair and reasonable. But I don't think we need it in the ordinance per se, as long as we make a concerted effort to do that. I personally reached out to Peter, to give him the heads up. And I just think it's the right thing to do.
And, again, can't legislate everything, but I think it's the responsibility of the planning commissioner and the mayor to provide 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes of what are the expectations? A background on the town, if, especially been a planning commissioner like I have been in 2 towns. Give them some background, if they've never been involved, and that, we expect attendance. Period. It's like, you can't escape this, and it's the third Thursday of every month. So if you can't make that, you're in the wrong position. How do you let you, but I think we probably can work between now and July with wordsmithing a bit of this, but anybody else want to weigh in before we move on to the next?
I got a question.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, my comment was, it says regularly scheduled. I know there was a planning commission meeting that was just called not regularly scheduled. What about those meetings that, all of a sudden you get called in for a meeting and you're given a couple of days' notice?
Well, I think the idea why you have it that is that, okay, people block, like the expectation is that they come, but then if there is one of those special meetings, yes, you want them to come, but
Right,
they might not have control.
but they may have not, scheduled something else for that
Right,
evening.
so they wouldn't be penalized for it, right? Cause it
And
would,
or could you do something like what we do with the council, where at the very beginning of the year, maybe it's the end of the year, where we actually go over the calendar and we say, okay,
they do,
they do that same.
They
thing
have to
too.
publish the calendar, right?
yeah,
Right.
it's
Yeah.
state law.
Yeah,
So
so,
they do.
Because
but
that's
the
another thing,
non-regularly scheduled stuff, I agree, it's like,
Right,
Yeah, I mean, you
maybe
may
you're on
not-
vacation, maybe you're in
Right.
Italy.
can't change your vacation.
Right, yeah.
And on those special meetings, staff, the clerk and Kathleen will try to reach out to they try to find the date that the most people can meet. But it's just because of certain pressures, whatever, that we have to call a special meeting, so.
JD?
Just, I don't really have a dog in the fight on this one, but like resident versus non-resident for this particular position, the planning commission being what it is. Well, what is the overall feeling about that, you know, why shouldn't it be a full-time resident?
Right,
guess?
I agree.
Well, I thought it should be a full-time resident as well, but I would kind of lighten it up because we've had some good participation. Chris brought up Sarah. But the town has matured and grown a lot since 5, 6, 7 years. I mean, that was 8 years ago. We had a lot, you know, the problem 8 years ago was we didn't have enough people to draw from.
Yeah.
You know, we've, you know, tripled since that point in time. There's a lot more people to draw from and a lot, you know, just the room of the people who applied for the council is tremendous.
Right.
So, when did we ever have 4 people looking for a contribution position? So I would lean into the resident, but I'd like to hear other people's thoughts.
I kind of like the idea of a full-time resident because, you know, you've got a stake, you know, because you live here. And as long as we think we're going to get enough volunteers, then I don't think it's a bad idea.
I think there's a nuance because like you have conversations with your neighbors about views on commercial, views on residential, and I think that's what I just thought, like, and I'm not saying anyone who's a partner wouldn't have very good perspective. I think that's totally true. But I just kind of, for this particular position and its importance, I was kind of curious if that had come up or people had different views on it.
Well, it sounds like all of us have the same view to a large extent. Chris and Bob, do you have any views on the residency status?
Hey, yeah, I don't have a problem with non-residents being on any of these boards, but I think I would limit it to maybe like 1 or 2 persons because I do think it should be mostly people who have been living here. Just my 2 cents.
I think you guys are not making the distinction between full-time people and people that are here less than 6 months a year physically present because they have another home somewhere else. I would say we have quite a few people like that. And are you willing to reduce the pool of possible planning commissioners and penalize someone who, okay, for tax reasons, they might have another home in Florida and that's what they consider their, you know, home residence to be for tax purposes, but you know, they spend as much time as possible up here and they are fully invested in Hideout.
Yeah, but Chris, in a situation like that, they wouldn't be eligible to vote anywhere in the state of Utah on anything, correct?
Right,
Yeah,
but
no,
that's not a
they-
requirement to serve on the planning commission to be a voter. It's a requirement to be a registered voter if you are an elected official, but on the planning commission, you're appointed. So I don't believe that's a requirement.
Yeah, the other thing on that basis, Chris, they can't be here more than 6 months, otherwise they have to pay taxes, they would then be, essentially, they'd want to, you know, they might as well be a resident. So, anything less than, anything more than 6 months living here, you have to be, the IRS is on your case, so, you can't just declare, resident status in Florida or Washington or Nevada, capriciously, you have to justify that, so.
It's not about that. It's about, do we want to limit the pool? So what's our current population that has second homes here, but is fully invested in Hideout versus for population that are living here full-time maybe registered voters and, would be eligible under our potential ordinance here. How many people are we talking about? Ralph, you're the data guy. What's the data?
Well, we have 600 voting residents. So that's, again, probably triple where it was 8 years ago, Chris. So, that's a much larger pool than where we were. And, I think we're probably in that, gray area. Could we go in this direction or should we not? I know the more I listen to it, maybe our position should be, let's put the onus on the full-time residents to live here. And if we can't expand our pool or it doesn't look like we'll get enough participation. If we have problems, we change it, you know, we change, we loosen it up, but, you know, I think we're at a point where it's not a bad requirement. And I think we've seen some downside by not having, a town resident be part of the planning commission. So that's my point of view.
So should I go on, or since you're gonna continue with this? Is what I
Just continue, you know.
So the last thing is just compensation, and you have to do that by resolution, and I have that in a separate, resolution, and I think what was suggested was $50 for the planning commissioners and $100 for the chair, based on the additional work that the chair does, in order to prepare for the meeting.
And was that a separate resolution? I
Yeah,
don't remember.
Sorry, it was a separate email. I didn't realize they both went together. I thought we were talking about those in July, so I just sent the one.
So anyway, you don't need to pull it up because that's basically it. It's a resolution that would, I mean, I guess unless you wanted, you have the
Well, we
authority.
could
to-
vote on that. couldn't
You
we?
could vote on that. So,
On the planning commission,
Can't because it's not on the agenda.
yeah, it's kind of, well, it's on, I thought that, oh, yeah. Let's just do it all next, month.
Who's gonna make sure that copy this gets to Tony and we incorporate his wishes? We need to.
well, I'll certainly talk to him, as one, not saying, you know, it's limited to me, but, you know, I think that's my responsibility. So, okay, good discussion, let's move to, well, did we hear from Gordon?
Gordon's on.
Gordon's on. Gordon, can you help us on point 3 here, which is discussion on amending the engineering design standards focused on the stormwater drainage that we were talking about last time?
Yeah, I apologize for getting off. I looked at the agenda and didn't notice it on there, and I forgot about it. So anyway, let me get my screen back to.
When we find this on the agenda.
There we go.
It's number 3.
Got it.
We should find some red text somewhere.
That was the big one, number 4, right?
Yeah. So there was a concern on the council last time for a little more clarity and less discretion on the city engineer's part. And so this is the new language that hopefully accomplishes that. So there's no discretion on the city engineer's part here. It gives latitude for incidental sheet flow from driveways of residences. And then defers to development applications for other flows. And the development applications that covers a lot of things. Development application.
So if I understand this correctly, storm drainage, except for what flows from a driveway, cannot go into the city storm system. What about drainage that originates from a residence's front yard? Is that somehow now prohibited? In other words, what I'm seeking to make sure is that whatever storm runoff there is from a driveway of a residential unit or from the front yard or side yard of a residential unit I wanna make sure that the homeowner doesn't have to figure out how to impose, impound and dispose of that water.
Okay, add that.
So Jonathan, did you not have time to work with Gordon since the last meeting to, try to come up with the language that you would find satisfactory?
So I guess what I'm gonna suggest is storm drainage, except for, and again, help me with the technical terms here, Gordon, because that's your area. Storm drainage, except for surface sheet flow.
So take out driveways.
Okay. I think that would cover it.
I think you're right.
Yeah. Parking lots, commercial property, different. I'm just seeking to make sure that whatever storm runs off of a residential homeowner's lot or driveway can enter the city's storm drainage system. And so, yeah, I think that does it. If we take out driveways. Polly, would you agree?
This is, engineering. I mean, from a language standpoint, yeah.
That's all I'm asking you,
Yeah,
obviously.
From concept, I
Right,
would leave
no.
it to Gordon, yeah.
Yeah, I think Gordon, that's a good suggestion. So I'd be prepared to make a motion that we revise this language to take out driveways.
And before we even get to that, and it sounds like that, any other comments on that as well? Chris or Bob?
No, I just thought that Jonathan would have worked with Gordon ahead of this meeting and, figured out the language. And I'm glad it worked out that just removing the word driveways is satisfactory. So, no, I was ready to go with this last time as it was, giving the engineer more latitude, but I'm okay with the changes.
So that would be, to be clear, we would remove two words, is two driveways. So it would read sheet flow incidental from buildings that front a public street. And maybe we shouldn't say buildings. So lots, sheet flow incidental from lots that front a public street.
I'd be fine. Yeah, I think that does it.
Okay.
Or parcels, maybe parcels might be even better,
That's more official.
I'm fine. I'm fine if anybody, I'm fine with parcel or lot. You could say parcel or lot for that matter, if you want.
Parcel is a more general term. A lot is something that's been platted.
Good point.
Going once.
All right, well, I will make that in the motion that we revise this language to read that way.
That we include the word parcels and replace it.
Yeah, and get rid of driveways.
Driveways and buildings.
We're gonna get rid of two driveways from
Parcels.
buildings to parcels.
Yeah. So, that's the motion, but before that, this is a carryover from the last meeting, which was for public comment, Polly. So is this now open to public comment again?
Why not? I mean, I don't think you're gonna get anyone.
I don't think so.
But, since it was a public hearing and it was continued, you don't always have to reopen it, but.
Okay, so let's reopen it, see if we'll give 30 seconds to open it. If we don't get any comments, we'll go back and make the motion and move on. Any other public comment for driveways, runoffs, and storm drainage? I'm hearing nothing, so let's pull it back at a public comment. You want to remake the motion?
Sure. I move that we revise this language to remove the parking lots, or remove driveways rather, and insert the word. Do we decide parcel is the most appropriate word?
Yes.
Okay.
Parcels for buildings.
Replace, take out buildings, insert parcels. Because the intent here, just to have a legislative history, the intent here is that we not force a private residence homeowner that faces a street to impound any storm flow on their property and dispose of it. We want that to go into the municipal storm drainage system.
So we have a motion on the table. Any second?
Second.
JD seconds it.
Yes.
Carol? Chris? Chris?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
JD? Yes. Jonathan?
Yes.
Okay, motion carried. Let's move on to, our.
Thank you, council. I'll sign off now, okay?
Okay.
And you have an
Thanks.
ordinance,
Yeah, thanks, Gordon.
just to be official, you have an actual ordinance, but you don't have to say it, but just so you know, there is an ordinance associated with that.
Thank you. Good evening.
So, no, this isn't the ordinance.
To be above that one.
Here we go. This is for ordinance, adopting amendments to the Hideout Town Standard specifications and drawing manual.
Yeah, I think you're fine. I just wanted to.
No, that makes sense, right? Because we got real specific there.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we're at the point of getting Brad, appointed as, after all this, I can't believe you've hung in here. At least post the first part of the meeting, Brad. So, this is discussion and possible appointment of Brad Ermet as an alternate member of the Hideout Planning Commission, and he might not ever accept after he's seen something.
I guess, are you still interested?
We might throw some money in on the next one.
There's a 50 spot.
Yeah, would that make you rich? I don't know. Seriously though, thanks, Brad, for hanging in here. Any comments, or would you like to say anything, Brad, first of all? Give us a background on yourself.
Oh, good grief, okay. I've lived here before the dam. Okay.
What?
Yeah, we, originally, came from Salt Lake, moved up to live in the West Hills, so right up over the hill, in Camas, and, in 1992, right when the dam was being built. So, yeah, I've watched this area grow up for a long time. We lived on 80 acres there. I moved my kids up here when they were in junior high. They thought I'd moved them to hell. But, because, you know, we lived on 80 acres and your driveway was a mile long and you want to get out, you plow it out. That's the way it works. But they ended up loving it here. And we thoroughly enjoyed it. And then as time went on, as all my 5 kids graduated and went to college, all of them moved out. And so we were left with the big house, and they said, okay, you want to find a smaller house? And I said, not very far. I still need the view and I still need the single level. And I said, I'm not leaving the mountains. So Shell found this lot over here in Soaring Hawk, and we built a house there. But my experience has been professionally, I've run 2 different printing companies. One, Franklin Covey Printing, was extremely profitable. And then so I've been involved in commercial print for a long time. But that being said, it was an opportunity to go ahead and work with a whole wide variety of people. But then living over in the West Hills, we bought property directly from Ken Garf, and he just said, I'm just selling parcels, you know, good luck. So we created our own HOA. We created opportunities with to go ahead and have people build as we went ahead and brought in infrastructure, you know, and so I'm used to working with Utah Power Light back then, you know, and with bringing in different utilities, you you know, trying to resolve everybody's issues when you've got such a wide variety and no rules. You know, the only rules that in Garth Ranches was that Garth's had permission to go ahead and use your property anytime you wanted for grazing until you fenced it. That was it. You know, so you had people who wanted to build a nice house, you had people who wanted to haul a trailer up there. So you just go ahead and figure out where the common ground was. And I thought that it was a great experience for me to go ahead and live there. But yeah, we love it here. Excited to go ahead and be part of it. You know, we've watched this town grow up and for the last 7 years. And you know, we're active in that you'll see me out on 248 all the time. I'm the guy who puts those orange bags there. You know, we're cleaning that highway constantly. We adopted from 40 to the county line over by Tuaheg.
Wow.
And so we clean it constantly. And yeah, I'd say we're pretty active members in the community. I did want to say something about the training though. When you talk to Tony, there's two different areas, two different, I'll say groups. There's the American Planning Association. They hold a conference every year in spring and fall, and along with the Utah Land Institute. They do conferences every year, spring and fall. You can go ahead and get your train there. So whatever the train is, probably should say, you know, you've got like a 6-month period to either attend the spring conference or attend the fall conference or something like that. We can go ahead and get that training.
And you got ULCT who offers,
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
so that's multiple, and I think
Yeah.
you can even, what we're talking about now is potentially arranging a class for
Yeah.
Hideout, you know?
Exactly,
You know,
yes.
I mean, companies do that all the time, you know,
Yeah,
they just bring in a class.
It's in the Utah code, yes, the Hideout, can go ahead and create those classes.
You know, make it if we can, make it convenient, continuing ed, you might get these other things.
Hey, that
as well.
$50 goes a long way. To creating classes.
Brad, you meet all the qualifications that we just talked about?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, so that's a good fit.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Nope.
Bob, Chris, any questions of Brad?
No, none for me. I've had a number of chances to talk to Brad, and I'm just delighted he's willing to join the planning commission.
I did speak to Tony and Tony was in favor, so.
We, know that as well,
Yeah.
so, well, I'm volunteering to, as I talk to you, Brad, spend that another 30 minutes on, whatever, kind of what we should be doing as a commissioner and a mayor, in imparting whatever the thoughts about this, but that this is every third Thursday, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
It's in my.
You got all the, you got all the ground.
Carved in stone at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, do we need a vote on this?
Yes, you need, so it's the advice, so you're appointing him, and then you need the advice and consent of council, so you just need a vote for the consent.
So I'd like to appoint Brad Armet, and with the advice and consent of council, Jonathan?
Yes.
JD? Okay.
Yeah.
Chris and Bob? Chris?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
Congratulations. Carrie, I'm not sure if it's congratulations. That's tongue in cheek here, Brad.
You bet.
Do we have to, do we swear him in?
Should I swear him in now or at planning commission? Usually we do it at planning.
Oh, then let's stick with that.
Next week,
Okay.
Okay.
or the week after. What
It's
is
the
it?
26th.
Week after,
Yeah,
right?
sorry.
Okay.
You won't get penalized if you can't.
I won't
Well, we got two other big things on, I don't know if they're very big, but one is the discussion and approval of the ordinance amending and regulation of installation and clearance of fire hydrants. Gordon left, was he the one who, or is this probably you?
Well, I helped draft, actually Cameron drafted it, but this was in response to a request from Daniel, so I see him on. I think the problem they have, I don't know, Daniel, if you want to speak to what the issue was and making sure our hydrants are free of debris.
Dan, are you on? Did you hear Holly? Anything to weigh in on the uncovering, by the HOA or the individual residents of the fire hydrants, I believe?
So I think the problem was someone had like some kind of landscaping, like maybe chips or something that was blocking the hydrant. And prior, we've had, existing language saying also that you have to keep it clear, your hydrant's clear of snow. I think you have 72 hours to do that. So this just cleans it up. I also, it's in two places in the code, so I just took it out of one place because I thought that was, I don't like having things in two places. And then I just made it also clear that the hydrant had to be clear of all materials.
So, hey, Daniel, is there anything you'd like to add to, what Polly just shared?
No, just it's imperative to have it clear year round, not just over the winter. There is the code that it has to be 3 feet so that the fire department can get in there unobstructed. I mean, it's really just a safety issue for the homeowners to have it cleared, and all of these fire hydrants in town are on private property, so it's really hard for us to do anything with it other than what the homeowner will do.
So I like this. I think it's a good idea. But there's at least one HOA in town that owns the common areas. And the hydrants are located in the common areas. So if we could scroll up, the language says, the landowner or I think it says the HOA, if the HOA is responsible for snow clearing. So my question is, if the HOA isn't obligated by the bylaws to clear the snow, but the hydrant is located in a common area owned by the HOA, shouldn't they still be responsible for clearing it? Or are we gonna put that on a homeowner who doesn't own that common area? At least not directly, they own it. Yeah. Undivided common interest. So I'm kind of wondering, maybe we should take out that the words that say, if they're responsible for snow removal. It just ought to be the owner of the land, I think, should be responsible for clearing or keeping the hydrant accessible.
Because if the homeowner doesn't own the property and the HOA takes care of it, it should be the HOA doing the work, not the homeowner.
Yeah, and if the HOA owns the common area, which is generally the case, I think if we just took out the words, if they're responsible for snow removal, just say the landowner, whoever owns the land, whether that's the homeowner, the HOA, or anybody else for that matter.
Or us as the town, if we're in charge of it, then we'll take care of it.
Yeah.
Well, so the way it reads is it shall be the duty of every property owner, including homeowners associations, if they're responsible for snow removal. So you want to change so you just want to change.
Take out if they're responsible for.
So just including homeowners associations.
Yeah, just there in parentheses is fine.
Yeah, this way, the owner of the land, whomever that is, whether it's the individual owner or the HOA who owns the common area, they're gonna have to do it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then we'll just take out, if they're responsible for snow removal.
Yeah.
Any other comments?
Oh, I'm in favor of it with that change. That's good.
Chris or Bob? Comment?
How does enforcement work around this stuff? Like, are most homeowner associations, are they aware of their responsibilities in this? Or is it very clear to them that they have these responsibilities?
I think it's,
Okay,
I
Please.
mean, I don't know from a legal perspective, but just from a living perspective, yeah, you get a ticket if you don't clear the hydrant near your house. And, you know,
This is an important public safety issue.
So I can talk from, I can talk from experience there, JD. It is not clear. It is not clear to most people. For example, where I live, the hydrant is on a lot that is undeveloped. So it is unclear who is responsible. We always end up doing it, right? Because we live here, and if should there be a fire, we want the fire department to be able to get in there. But my neighbors don't help me with it, even though they're going to benefit from it as well, mostly because they're part-timers and they're often not here. But it is unclear. And I think in the winter, I think Public Works has been trying to do some of the hydrants that are on those lots that aren't covered very well by much of anything. So, and then, so I think it is unclear. I also think it's very hard to enforce. I just think the message is, if you live near a hydrant and it is buried in snow, the fire department is not going to be able to respond as quickly as you need them. And so I don't know. I just think it's an education campaign. Again, like many other things we do here, is just getting people to understand what good behavior, how they'll be rewarded for good behavior, or at least reduce their own risks. So it is not clear who has to clear fire hydrants.
So should we, I mean, I'm just throwing this up, as an idea, should we then, we know where all the hydrants are right now. Just inform the property owner that you're responsible, have noticed that you are responsible for the clearance of this fire hydrant. It's on your property.
Yeah, it doesn't work. It doesn't work for somebody who's a lot owner. They don't even live in the state. It's not like they're part-timers, and they might have a service that does snow removal on their driveways in the winter, and sure, they can pay them to do the fire hydrant. But that's really not how it works in the world here. And I just don't see how that's doable. But I think our ordinance does say it's the property owner. And because we have no better solution, that's fine. It's just a matter of enforcement, which we will have trouble doing. I do think it's important, very important, that the HOAs understand that their common areas that have fire hydrants on them, the HOA has to figure that one out and get them uncovered. That'll help a lot of the problem.
Yeah, I would agree. It's like, they're the ones we're worried about essentially, because it sounds like most people who have these on their properties are gonna deal with that through peer pressure or just, common sense. HOAs seem like they're the ones that could potentially be problems, yes?
I'm not sure if that's true.
I don't know that.
Yeah, I don't know that either, because they have more to lose, so to speak. So, and they tend to have a board that doesn't want to be fined. They have a board that's liable under directors and officers for doing all the things that they're supposed to do, and protecting against fire, I would think would be a primary item. So going back to this, I'm for the ordinance. How do we enforce it? How do we educate the folks, and how do we notify them that you're on tap for this? And if we clear, if Daniel's team clears the fire hydrant, can we charge back to them and say, hey, took us an hour to do this, that's $100. And it gets sent to them, to the property owner that didn't clear their hydrant within 72 hours.
So I'll speak to the clearing of fire hydrants for us in the wintertime. My guys have done it. We kept a list one year and submitted it to HOAs and property owners and never did get paid. Something that, I would love for them to pay us to do it, because it's not our responsibility, but it is, because I've got to make sure that the town's safe. So in the wintertime, we will go around and do our best. Again, I'm understaffed on being able to do code enforcement. And if the town wants code enforcement to be a priority, then we need a full-time code enforcement guy. Right now, I have a part-time code enforcement guy that he does his best. But again, it's very hard to do code enforcement. The same thing as what was talked about with the pumper truck blocking the road. That happens all the time. And my guy that does code enforcement has gone up and asked them to move, and they told him in an F word to go away. We called the company owner hung up on us. They don't care because they don't care. So we need a code enforcement officer, not just a part-time person. I mean, that's a discussion for another time, but we do our best to keep them clear in the winter. This was just something that we've noticed that there's some that have been kind of a little bit more covered by dirt by landscapers and whatnot that are a little bit more covered than we would like. Some of those we're working with the homeowner to raise the fire hydrants to get them up out of the dirt so they're not having to move and excavate so much of their landscaping. We're working with people on it. It's just this is something that I feel passionate about. My safety of residents is one of my primary concerns as a public works director. So
Daniel, let me ask you a question. How many fire hydrants would you estimate that you guys had to work on, in the past?
This last winter wasn't too bad because the snow didn't come. There was a lot of it. There was a lot of storms, but it wasn't like the normal. That year we had the big snowstorms. We probably uncovered, Public Works did probably 15 to 20 hydrants on our own. And it takes a lot of time for my guys to do that after a storm, and we're not a very big staff. So it takes a significant amount of time to do that.
Yeah.
There are HOAs that do a great job. They're not perfect at it, but I don't, the HOA up in Rustler, that year that it snowed a lot, they did really well. And so far they do pretty good, not perfect, but they do pretty good at keeping their fire hydrants clear in the winter.
So I would say just what we want is compliance.
Right.
And if we can't get compliance the polite way, that is, hey, here's the ordinance, you got to comply. If the polite way in emails doesn't do it, and a phone call and they hang up on you doesn't do it, then it's time for enforcement.
Yeah.
And I don't see any other way. We would much prefer compliance, but if you can't get compliance the polite way, then it is time for enforcement, and we're going to have to just pursue recovery of the money, because when it starts to come out of people's pockets, people tend to pay a little more attention.
And when fines get doubled and trebled, they really start paying attention,
People see it's not about the money, it's always about the money.
And Polly, do we need anything in here about the fine, or does this
No, the fines
Go
go in
back
our
to the
fine,
same,
in our
yeah.
fee schedule.
What is the fine? What would the fine be for this kind of violation? First time, second time, and third time?
I'm pulling it up right now.
Okay.
Do you
I
know?
didn't mean to put you on the spot. I'm just wondering if there's sufficient.
I wanna say it's $500.
Okay, that'll hurt you. That'll get some compliance, which is what we want.
Couple of good dinners.
Yeah.
We don't want people's money. We don't want people's money. We just want compliance is what we want.
Yeah. I think there's gotta be follow-up in this stuff. If there's no enforcement, if there's no actions in these enforcements and there's no follow-up, it's useless. It is useless. And we should stop kidding ourselves on that stuff.
Yep, so we're going back to the same enforcement conversation we had earlier in public input. It's about, do we need to hire an enforcement officer so that we're not burdening public works with enforcement on things when they are already, super, super busy. So let's come back to an enforcement discussion for all of our laws in town.
Yeah,
and another time, I think we should come back to a real enforcement discussion. We might have to hire somebody.
Yeah, maybe.
And I think if you have a good enforcement officer that collects, that we can
Get a
collect.
reputation.
Yeah, you pay for your resources.
It won't take long. Word will get out that failure to comply is very expensive, and then people will start complying.
Yeah.
I think our problem now is I've never seen $1 on any budget of money we collected for a fine. Now, maybe I missed it.
No, you didn't, because it was, there's a number in there, if you look in the budget, and that we didn't collect, and it's like 20 grand or something.
Called accounts receivable.
Yeah, exactly, unreceivable.
Yeah.
It's unreceivable. So to move on here, and totally agree, let's figure out what we need to do with code enforcement. That's not part of this. Should we pass this at this point, make, who, did you make the motion with the change in word?
I did make the motion. I'll just do it again because I didn't hear a second.
I
So,
think I did second it.
okay.
Okay.
We're ready to go.
Can we just do it again?
It's not that hard.
So,
Do you want me to repeat the language?
So just to start off, we're a motion to amend the Hideout code regulating installation and clearance of fire hydrants. Is there a motion?
Yes, I have a motion. I'd like to revise the language in the existing proposal here. I would like to remove the word, I'd like it to read, it shall be the duty of every property owner, including homeowners associations, then delete the words, if they're responsible for snow removal, leaving all of the rest of the language and changes the same.
Is there a second to that motion and edit?
Yes, JD.
Okay, Bob,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Carol,
Yes.
JD,
Yes.
Jonathan.
Yes.
Okay, Carol. I think we have one more thing on the main schedule here, and that is, and this was, I think, more Jan's piece. Jan, anything that you need, if you're still there, on the PTIF, and I think that was mostly for authorizing the mayor to access to the PTIF investment account. And I think that's mostly just to, but Janet, do you want to add anything to that?
She's not on. I know that this is just it's a formality.
This is a formality as far as I know,
Required so
yeah.
that you can access the account.
Do we need a resolution or a motion or a vote?
You need a vote. There's I think, is it a resolution? Yeah.
This is it, consideration
Yep.
of adopting resolution, authorizing the mayor to access to the town's public treasury's investment fund, the PTIF account. So, is there a motion?
I just have a quick question.
Sure.
What's the purpose of you having access to this account and for what?
I think it's mostly as a backup, so to speak.
Got it. So custodial type.
Yeah, to get into it.
Fair enough. Thank you.
My first, foray into this particular
Got it.
approval, but that's what Jan was telling me.
Okay, thank you.
So, motion,
I move.
Carol moves, second,
I'll second.
Jonathan seconds, JD,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Bob.
Yes.
Carol.
Sorry, I had technical difficulties. You said it perfectly.
Oh, good God, I have no idea what I said. Yeah. Thanks, Jan, and Jonathan.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Okay, do we want the committee updates? Maybe we can move around the room quickly. It's already 9:23. We started at 4:30. So I don't know about you guys, but yeah, me too. Any comments, from the planning commission? Thomas, if you're on.
Thomas asked me to give the report.
Good idea.
So for planning commission, the meeting is scheduled for June 26th for Elkhorn Springs and Wild Horse. And then for DRC, there are no updates.
Okay. Wildfire, thanks, Alicia, appreciate that, and not having needing Thomas here this entire meeting. It would have been a waste of our time and his time. Jonathan, you want to give the wildfire report?
Sure, brief update on the fire station, the permanent fire station efforts. UDOT has given the fire department a punch list of 10 items. I think they're down to either 4 or 2 items at this point. They are looking to retain a general contractor to move forward in anticipation of getting the permit mid to late summer. So things are looking very good there.
Fast.
Yeah,
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, cool.
okay, that's the fire station. Do you want to do the?
Yeah, I'll do the event, which is the Wildfire Risk Mitigation Regional Symposium. And that is on July 15th. We're firm on the date. The location is Black Rock Mountain Resort. We have a full schedule of speakers, including from someone from from Congressman Mike Kennedy's department. We have from Senator Lee's. We have Utah representation from the Utah League of Cities and Towns. We have Jamie Barnes, who is Executive Director of Utah Department of Forestry. We have Jonathan Pike, who is our Utah Insurance Commissioner, and quite a few others, including insurance companies and brokers and others. We haven't finalized every piece of the draft. It's 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. on July 15th. And everyone is welcome in town to attend. We're gonna make it an open event. We've also invited, obviously, many other people who would participate, our fire department officials from Wasatch and Summit.
Rocky Mountain Power.
And even invited Governor Cox to attend. This is such a major topic. It's like there's something in the news every day in Utah and nationally. And so let's get ahead of this game so we're not paying more for insurance than we have to, and we can protect our town. And it's open to everyone. We need to get out, and I talked to Carol Custerly about a special newsletter, because we don't want to wait any further. We'll have a newsletter coming out within the next week, so people can, put this on their calendar a month or 5 weeks ahead of time.
And it ties in with Jonathan, or with John Valiant, who's coming to speak at the Park City Library.
I tried to get him to come.
Did you?
I reached out to his agency, his marketing agency, and they said he would love to come, but he's doing the June 29th event.
July 29th.
Is it July 29th?
July 29th.
Was they said he couldn't make both, so.
Right, and he was just on the radio.
His book is called what again?
Fire Weather.
Fire Weather, that's right.
So it's the one book, one community.
Yeah. And that's at the Park City Library.
Park City Library, and he's in France right now, and they spoke to him, KPCW spoke to him, he was in France, and he said the smoke from the Canadian fires are
Drifted
all
over.
over, they're all
Wow.
over Western Europe.
No kidding.
Yeah, and he said the fires there, he said there's 2,700 fires burning in Canada.
Well, I wish he was attending, but we have got a great lineup.
Yeah, you do.
Everyone should be, the planning, every, if we can invite as many people in town. I'm not expecting more than 20, it's like people aren't gonna take their July 15th.
I think
Do you think I'm
well,
underestimating?
here's the thing that I think about because this is such a complex issue, and Jonathan's educating on, but like, people kind of need to get real about mitigating strategies here. We have a disaster of a landscape plan in shoreline. It's a shit show. Sorry for my language. And it's just, and there's gonna be people are gonna need to move. We got this. We have to move to something quite different. And it's gonna require buy-in from everyone. And it's like, listen, man, it's like, I suggested we poured concrete over the entire thing. It would be at least safer. I know that's not aesthetically pleasing, but I'm just saying that this is a very serious issue, and it's gonna be a real problem. And I think people have to kind of hear the straight truth from these people about here's the realities, here's the coverage possibilities or not. And it's a very serious issue.
Yeah, I mean, we've all, I don't know, it's just so many different things. Park City just has an HOA event, specifically for wildfire, so.
Yeah, I went to it.
Oh, you did?
I went to it,
How was that?
absolutely. It was great. It went for an hour and a half. And she talked about all the things we shouldn't be doing. We shouldn't have mulch.
Right.
Okay, we shouldn't
Yeah,
have any
yeah,
evergreens.
yeah.
You know, but then you look at the environment and you should have grass. I mean, she said, grass doesn't burn, you know, if you keep it watered, but then you got the issue with the water.
Yeah.
You know, like, do we have enough water to water grass?
Oh, man.
I
You just checked off everything that does not exist in our subdivision.
And all our shrubs let off a, oily substance, black oily
Yeah, right,
substance.
I know,
It's just like, you know,
Yeah.
compounding a
Yeah.
problem.
right, yeah.
Anyway, I hope everybody makes it on
It's a
July
great event.
15th.
It's a really great.
And there is lunch served, you know, we've got enough money for that. But, you know, I'm gonna put in the newsletter, you better sign up if you're gonna.
RSVP. If you want the
Yeah,
lunch,
that
you have to
Or you're gonna have to
RSVP.
brown bag
Yeah.
it.
The date again, Mayor,
Sorry,
the date again.
July 15th,
15th.
Black Rock Resort in their big conference room.
That's great.
Yeah.
Even Rocky Mountain Power is gonna show up to talk
That's
about
right.
what they're doing.
Yeah, there's probably half the people, so if everybody shows up, it's gonna be a great, fun,
That's great.
educational event for a lot of folks.
So is it gonna be open to people other than Hideout residents?
You know, I said to a number of people, especially from like Wasatch, I invited, Mayor Worrell.
Right,
And I said, if you wanna bring your planning commission and council and, you know, open it up to your staff.
Yeah.
And to, because the whole theme of this is wildfires have no boundaries.
That's right.
So there's no, you can't stop the fire from, so, yes, we have friends. I invited the mayors of Camas and Francis, who met with me recently.
Nice.
And so, you know, we're reaching out where we can, you know, but I was thinking, maybe a lot of people won't show up, so I was also reaching out to that.
I don't know, I think you're gonna get,
All right.
I don't think it's a big issue.
Yeah.
All of the HOAs in Hideout have been invited. We've received an RSVP from the manager of Tuhei, their HOA. So we'll see.
A lot of valuable real estate over there.
Yeah. So, it probably wouldn't be big enough, or we wouldn't have enough room here. So, anyway, that's what we're doing. And the cost, actually, we have a credit, well, it's really against the credit that we had from last year we didn't use. So it's really kind of a
That's
zero.
right. We were gonna
It's
have
a
our-
zero sum gain on it, so. All right, let's move on. The next one I think is on me anyway, the Economic Development Committee. JD, why don't you chime in on this, because you've been on the committee, and I'm gonna nominate you to chair that committee going forward.
Oh, thanks. No,
You
it's,
sat there.
no, I know. Well, where do we have a lot of, we have a lot of discussions with a lot of development projects. Wild Horse and things like that.
Oh, we had Scott and Javier, we had.
Yes, so the Ross Creek development has been talked about. Jan's done a lot of work on that, and we've talked to Javier and what's the other guy's name? Scott about potentially, there was a concept called, was it
Foodery.
in a place called Phoenix, Oregon. It was like a pretty small place, and but it's as I look at this thing, it's like it would almost drop in perfectly into what we got going at Ross Creek. It's an outdoor kind of place. It's multi kind of restaurant kind of concept. And we're working with a couple developers who we're kind of introduced the concept to, and we'll kind of see where those guys take it. I don't really know what our next step
Well,
was.
the other thing is, just to add to that a little
Yeah.
bit, Jan can feel free, and again, we don't want to spend too much
Yeah,
time
yeah.
on this. But, you know, I think you're on the spot for being the EDC chair next time.
Right.
So that was my main
Thanks.
focus, passing it off to you. You know, the other concept was taking the maintenance building. We did a little bit of research on this, JD, remember, to convert the maintenance building. And that would become our food court. And we'd have parking right as you drive in, you know, where Mr. Brockbank leveled the surface coming into Ross Creek. And then you'd have not an open area restaurant, but we'd be able to convert that building. So that's one idea. And then the other obviously is, a more permanent permanent item, but so there's these different things floating around at this point. We've got some interested developers.
Yeah,
Good.
I think that's true.
Yeah, okay, we'll leave it at that. Next up, Chris, host committee.
All right, well, the post committee, we've been working as we always do on preparing for the summer completion of the new trails in the actual Ross Creek part of the state park. We've also started planning and we're going to start executing on finally taking the temporary Keatley Farms signs that commemorate the Japanese families from California that came out to live in the former sunken town of Keatley and do farming to avoid internment camps. We're finally going to get a permanent ADA installation of signs going in the state park. It's very likely going to be in the new section that was created, the new day use area section, where there's handicap parking and the ability for folks of all ages and abilities to get down and see these commemorative signs of that historical period right here in Hideout. We're also in the process of purchasing with Dan the bike route signs that are going to be going up in the bike route area that we talked about last meeting. And so I'm hopeful I'm going to see the signs put up pretty soon. And I think the committee, at least some members of the committee in the past have created a water station for the annual bike ride that comes through town, and that's to benefit the National Ability Center. That's the Summit Challenge. So that now still goes through Hideout, and there's going to be a station there at the end of August, that an aid station for all the riders. So that's going to probably be discussed in an upcoming meeting. So, we're continuing to do those kinds of things. We will be trying to pursue money for an engineering study to get a spine trail. That's the separate bike trail, 10-foot wide paved, ideally, that would somehow parallel Highway 248 and get the legions of bikers off and runners, some of them sometimes walkers, off the highway and onto something safe. And so that we're just continuing our main mission.
Thanks, Chris. And I know there's been some input on the spine trail survey as well. I think that Thomas got, maybe you've already received that from him. But yeah, so terrific.
Okay,
Any questions for Chris?
I want to kind of dovetail on this. I went to the meeting at the film studio where they were talking about the trails going along Highway 40. But also there were quite a few people from Hideout there. And they were talking about the fact that they think the whole issue was along 40 and we were really advocating on 248 that they needed to do some things on 248. So they put that into their study. And they also addressed transportation. So they were talking about transportation up 40 into Park City. And we said we needed transportation out at this end of 248. And so they put that into it too. So anyhow, they suddenly became more aware of what's going on 248 and Hideout. So, right, so we made it, we advocated for Hideout. There were quite a few people, so. Anyhow, and as far as transportation goes, High Valley Naucus, everything's open, their bus barn, but they're not really doing a whole lot there. And Park City's working with 224. The big issue is 224. And they did talk about doing some things on 248, but they stopped at 40. So they aren't looking at coming further east.
We're the poor stepchild that
Right,
always
we
saying
are,
that.
but you know,
What do you
they're,
think, Brad?
we just
Shame on
keep
Connie.
hammering away and saying, you know, you gotta deal with all of us that are on the eastern part of 248, so. You know, but,
What are the objections usually about? Is it just too far out? Don't want to hassle with us?
I
What's
don't think they realize what the population is here, seriously, because the people that were at that meeting at the film studio, some of them are from Salt Lake or they're from Heber.
Yeah.
And, you know, they just don't, they're just not aware of how much traffic there is on 248 in the eastern part. So, you know,
Keep it up.
I just keep monitoring it, yeah, so.
Yeah.
And there's, nothing's been decided about, ski season, but we made a big push to try to get a bus to go to Canyons. So we'll see what happens.
That's a great idea.
I know. Oh, and to Kimball Junction, that they would go, we could go to Richardson Flat, get on the bus, ride it to Kimball Junction if you wanted to grocery shop or whatever. Then it would go on to Canyons, so that's one of the.
Good call, like that.
But who knows?
Yeah, who knows? We need a
Yeah.
grocery store here, never mind.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right, you're right, that's what we need.
Great. Any questions for Carol? Okay.
Just Carol, thanks for that summary. I was not able to attend that open house. So, Mayor, we have a couple committees that kind of dissolved and kind of need to be reconstituted. I think it became clear during the interviews earlier that, that we have a need for infrastructure committee. I think it's became clear earlier that we might have the need for a new committee that might focus on conservation, whether it's water conservation or, you know, other types of concerns. I think those are things that we should start thinking about. And then another committee that used to exist, which was known as the Fund Committee, is the Community Engagement Committee. And I don't know what's going on with any of those, you know, any of those that we formerly had that dissolved. So I would request that we consider getting some of these formed if we've got enough, residents who have the interest to help us get things done.
I'm in agreement, Chris,
Another newsletter article,
yeah.
you know, like, we need help.
Yeah, I'll be glad to write something up, because I agree with all of that as to getting committee members. So getting committees started, we just need to populate them with some good resources. And some of that's our responsibility. We gotta go out and recruit, you know, just like we got the EDC started, like any of these committees. You gotta go out and recruit folks, you know, Brad, you're probably another good typical example with you and Tony. Okay, so put that on my docket for the next meeting. I think we're at the end of this, but we had one other letter that would put us into a closed session. Do we want to put that off for the next meeting? What do you think, Polly? You tell me, you got anything else to, you know, I mean,
Well, there's always more, but, it's up to you guys. I'm feeling fried, but
Me too.
but we also rarely have this chance to.
If we're gonna go forward, could we get a 5-minute bathroom
Yeah,
break?
can we take a break?
Yeah,
Not up to me.
okay, I'm for a 5-minute break, but I'm also for no more than 15 minutes.
That sounds
We,
great.
we put a stop on, because we can go on and on in these closed sessions. Okay?
That would be great.
Okay, 5 minutes and then 15 minutes, and then we finish at 10:05.
Hold on, we need a motion to go into.
Oh, well, we're not.
Well, why don't you do the motion now?
Okay, motion to move into, is there a motion to move into closed session?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay,
Oh, Jonathan first.
okay, Jonathan moved, Carol seconded.
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Chris. Jonathan,
Yes.
well, that carries anyway. Okay,
Yes.
5 minutes?
5 minutes.
Probably good, with your stamina.
Wow.